Welcome to Patrick Roberts, Our New Timeline.
Where is everybody? You guys were all in there just a second ago. Where the hell are you? I guess that's it. Good night, y'all. Thanks for coming. I appreciate y'all coming in. It's it is what it is. If you guys can't wait and stay in there for a few minutes while I get ready, then fuck yeah. I'm out of here. Why should I run a fucking stream if you guys can't wait a fucking few minutes to stay in this bitch? So, okay, I'm kidding. Let's start over. All right, let's talk. What do we want to talk about tonight? We got all kinds of subjects going. I'll put the invite copy. So tonight we have a special guest. Can anybody guess who that special guest would be? I give you guys each one guess. I always get text just when I get on the air here. So anyways, I got a phone call today. And guess who that phone call was from? Probably the guy who hacked me. Because he was trying to get. He called me and he said that he was from Apple, and I was incurring a ton of Apple charges from overseas. And so he needed some information on my email address to make sure that it wasn't hacked. So I told him, I said, at this point, I'm not giving out any of my information to anybody. And he said, well, you want me to stop this from you occurring charges that you're not building up yourself. Don't you want me to stop that? And I said, well, how do I know you're from Apple? And he got a little irritated with me and proceeded to try to get information on my email address. And finally, he hung up on me. And I tried to call the number back, and it was an answering machine. So nothing about Apple in the answering machine or anything, just regular girl answering, So it's just a regular answering machine. My eye itches, never stops. Is there nobody in chat or what? Just nobody talking? 6 people here and nobody talking? Jeez, what the hell is up? All right. Well, so anyways, I am hearing that we are
Welcome to Patrick Roberts, our new timeline.
Welcome, beautiful and amazing people. I accidentally knocked myself out. Oh, what a night. What a night we're starting out here. So what was I talking about? Well, I heard that we are having a beef shortage now and a chicken shortage. So if you guys go and look around in your own area, in your local markets and stuff, you'll start to notice the shelves are starting to get bare, slowly but surely. We're like the frog in the pot, and be prepared, guys. I see a lot of people lining up and getting the jab. Hey, Danny, how you doing? I see so many people at Walgreens, CVS lining up to get the jab, and it's just people just. If people only knew, what to look for, and they just listen to the damn TV. They listen to the TV, and I just would you want a TV doctor operating on you? I think that's what I'm going to start telling people. Where did you get your research done? Did you listen to did you listen to what's on the TV? Do you listen to what's on the TV? Is that where you get your information on? Because if you do, would you have a doctor that plays a doctor on TV? Like a Dr. Fauci or something like that? This guy has no credentials as a doctor, and he's all over TV promoting this jab. Hey, Peanut, how's it going?
Good, Patrick. How you doing, man?
Good. What you up to tonight?
Oh, we just got back from the ocean. We're like always catch a sunset out there.
Oh, that sounds awesome.
Yeah, it's pretty cool actually. You should come out sometime.
I got my ocean right here.
Right? Cool. It's like ocean or something.
It's the ocean scent. The ocean scent.
Oh, right on. Yeah, I love the smell. Like the smell and like the feel of the sand and
the waves coming in.
Yeah.
Yeah, I could sleep on the ocean, on the beach.
Yeah, it's gorgeous for sure. It's definitely it's so invigorating and relaxing at the same time. You know what I mean? It's just like, I love being out there. That's what we were doing. And Robin was telling me that you just were doing a stream or something. I guess you had to cut out of it or something, right?
Who?
Robin said that you were just doing a stream about like someone called you from Apple or something like that, or was that what happened?
Yeah, I mean, I was hacked yesterday. Got into my Cash App and stuff. I got a phone call today that the guy said that I was incurring a bunch of Apple charges from overseas, and he wanted to make sure that it wasn't me occurring the charges. And I said, are you kidding? I'm in Wisconsin. What? That makes no sense. Of course it's not me.
What did they have an accent, or they sound like they're from like, or
he was definitely from India.
From India. Oh, that's weird. See, you know what? That's totally fake. There's just no way, because I could tell you more, but there's just no way that would happen like that.
Oh, I know. I caught. I mean, I caught on to that one right quick. I mean, I think yesterday when all that stuff was going on, when they were getting into my when I was giving out my information, I caught on to it yesterday, and I went directly. That was the first thing I changed my password on, was my email, because once somebody gets into your email, you're done. You're done. If they have control of your email, they have control of everything.
Yeah,
So
interesting.
that's why he was able to get into my Cash App, because when he must have been watching everything, and when I changed my password to my email, I went directly to Cash App after that, and he had already had his email in my Cash App. My email was in there and his email. So I took his email out and left my email in there, and he seen that right away. So he changed the password on me, and I didn't think of going to the password first. When I seen his email, that was the first thing I thought of, was getting his email out of there.
Yeah.
And he must have seen that right away, and he went and changed my password on my Cash App. So I'm not able to get into my Cash App. He changed my password on my Facebook too, so I'm not able to get into my Facebook anymore either. So I started a new Facebook account. Well, actually, I had two accounts. I just didn't use one for a very long time. Didn't even build the site up. So when I was trying to get into this Facebook account, my old one popped up, and I got into it, and I thought I was in my real one, and I thought, all right, I got into it, and here all my friends were gone, and my photos were gone, and I'm like, what the hell is this? And I remembered, oh yeah, I got a secondary Facebook account. So I started to build that up today with my secondary Facebook account, and the other one, they have control over. So I hope they don't use my account, which I'm sure they will, like they did Truth Seeker 69 with me. You know, I'm friends with Truth Seeker 69. I like her. I trust her. And when she emailed me and was talking to me about the grants, the COVID grants that they're giving out to people, I trusted that, and I didn't even think that somebody would have her account and was not her. So it took me a little while to catch on, but by the time I did catch on, I had given out a lot of information to her or to him already. So yeah, it's a big hassle. I tried to get a hold of Social Security today to make sure they put a red flag on my social, and we have a local office here in town. I couldn't get through to the telephone, so I thought, well, I'll just drive over there. You can't get in the building without an appointment because of COVID. They have the doors locked. There's a number on the door to call. I call the number. I'm standing outside. I can't even get to a person. It's a recording, and you get to the point where you want to leave a message, and they don't even let you do that. So it's like, whew, I couldn't even get a hold of SSI today.
That sucks.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's crazy how things are just like the whole world is just like shutting down.
Yeah, for sure.
It's like one big glitch.
It is kind of like that, huh? Do you have noticed a lot of synchronicities in your life?
Yeah, one after another.
One after another.
I swear to God, I can somebody will pop into my head, their name. I'll be thinking about somebody, and within seconds later, they're either calling me or texting me.
Whoa. Damn.
I'm not shitting you.
No, I believe you. I completely believe you. So it's like, you know what? Do you think that like they have like skull to something else technology where they could read your thoughts and then like put like something on like on the internet, for example, like let's say you're thinking about Nike shoes and boom, then also a Nike shoes ad comes
telepathic
on.
AI,
Telepathic, yeah, telepathic AI or something, right, Robert?
Yeah, telepathic AI.
You know what I'm talking about, Patrick?
Yeah, I mean, it could very well be. I mean, we could be connected to some kind of hive mind, and they could very well be reading our thoughts, or AI could be reading our thoughts. The technology is probably there. I mean, I'm sure the government's 50 to 100 years ahead of us in technology, from what they let out to the public. I would say 50 years, or I don't know. But yeah, no, that could very well be. I mean, um,
I got a question for you. Like, you know how like you said there could be like a glitch in the Matrix, or whatever. What if this is a situation? You know how like I don't know if you ever watched like Black Mirror. You ever watched Black Mirror or seen that
yeah,
show? All right.
yeah,
You ever watched the episode of where like there's these two dudes and it's like Christmas time or something, and they're in the snow in some cabin, and like they realize that they're both trapped in this fake world because they're both like criminals trying to get like evidence out of each other, or
one was a cop. I think one was a cop.
yeah, or something. Like what
Yeah.
if like I was thinking about that. You know how like they could implant memories that aren't there, etc. Right? And like what like I don't know if it was Black Mirror, but there was another episode where like this dude was like he was living this life and he realized, oh fuck, this is it's not real. And so his programming kind of unraveled, and they're like, oh well, guess what, you're really dead, but this is like your what you asked for, to have the fantasy of you being a boss of this, that, and the other thing when you're still alive. So everything you're looking at right now is actually it's fake. It's just something that we came up with to fool you while you're in cryogenic, frozen, whatever. So what if, like, say right now, everything that you're thinking about is like, and all your memories and all that is all fake, and like maybe you were never Patrick, maybe like you're really somebody else or something, and then all this whole thing is just an implant, and you've already been implanted or whatever. You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I mean? Like, we ever thought of that? That's what would explain the Matrix, is that like we're already in some. We're not even, this whole existence is like the Matrix, because we're just imagining it and we're already really dead. We're just like in cryogenic chambers or something and imagining.
Yeah, I mean, I've mentioned that quite a few times, that I think that we may have died and we are in some kind of beds or whatever, to like healing beds or healing chambers, because if we woke up to the real reality right away, it would blow our minds. It would destroy our mind. It would destroy our our being. And no, we probably aren't, Patrick, or you're not Peanut or whatever. And we're the breaking down of this reality is us healing, and becoming. We're slowly waking up to the real reality. I've thought of that,
Yeah.
we're slowly waking up to who we really are, and that's why all this is breaking down around us. That's why we see the Mandela effect. And we ask people certain questions, and they have the same answers, and then all of a sudden they get a download and they change. So them people are just there are real families and stuff, but they're not they're not in their healing chambers yet. That is their healing chambers, or it's it's part of the program to help us, not feel like we have lost everything, or putting us in some place where we don't know where we are, or something like that. So this is like a place where we feel familiar with. We feel like nothing's really changed except for the Mandela effect. We feel like life is still the same, but we in reality we died in the other world. We passed on, and we woke up to this reality, and so I don't know. I don't know how we're going to get to the other reality or whatever's next. I don't know, but I could pretty much guarantee that there is something after this. I know that. I know I've known from a young age that we never die. I've always had that feeling we never die.
Yeah, I agree. What do you think deja vu is?
I think deja vu is some sort of what we've been in that certain predicament before, or whatever you're doing. There's different deja vus. There's, you see something, deja vu, or you're doing something, you get deja vu. Whatever it is, you've done it before, maybe in your real life, and you're replaying it. We may be replaying some certain stuff, or we recognize something from our last reality, and we get a deja vu. Hey, I've been here before. I recognize this place. Something like that. Maybe I'm not sure.
What I was thinking about.
David Wolf is coming in to join us.
Oh, right on.
What's up, guys?
Hey, David.
Hey, David, and Prelim coming in to join us.
What's up, Prelim?
What's up?
Hey, Prelim.
What's up, Pre?
Okay, Peanut. What were you gonna say now?
Oh, I was gonna say like me and Robin were talking earlier, and about what if, like, say our cells have a memory. So, like, for example, so maybe we have we can have slight memories of like a great grandfather or something, because because you have cell memory. And so, like, it's kind of like, let's say if you transplant somebody's heart into somebody else, then they could actually have dreams or whatever of who the person was who owned the heart. So it's like part of that becomes part of you. And so maybe like the cells or whatever you have in your body actually have like a genetic memory of whatever happened, as before. So let's say if you go to sleep, you know what I mean, say hypothetically.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, that's crazy when you think about it.
Right?
I've always thought about stuff like that. You know what I mean? About getting someone else's kidney or something. Never really the heart, but yeah, man, that's.
Well, you won't have to worry about it anymore, because if they ever get any one of us in the hospital, we ain't coming out of the hospital.
Yeah, we know.
So what, if we are in another world, another timeline, or something's going on, like, why are we're it's so weird, because we're in this place, and it's so evil. This place is so evil.
And Patrick, I don't think it has anything to do with a time or a line. I think it just is what it is, man. I don't think there is no time. They just made up time. I don't know. I don't know. I'm starting to think like that, because I don't know. I guess you have to say this kind of time, because you'd be like crazy to think there isn't. But I don't know, man. I don't know. What you're saying, like everything that's happening right now, I think it's planned to be. It was already set in motion. Like it just seems to be. I mean, from the Bible, you know what I mean? Everything is going on right now. I mean, it's happening right in front of our eyes.
Yeah, I agree, Dave. It seems like this. I think like the whole world is kind of pre-planned, so to speak. Like it. I know there's like there's because the reason why is because there's things like prophecy. So how could prophecy be there if it isn't already kind of pre-planned or whatever? You know what I mean? Like this, and like every time, the way I look at it is like every time you're in a wherever you are in a situation, you think, well, gee, what if I would have like changed my life back then? Then I'd have a different result now or whatever. So so I feel like I shouldn't be in this moment. I should be in some other moment, like driving my Ferrari in Hawaii or whatever. You know what I mean? But like,
Yeah, absolutely.
so why am I in this moment right here? But if it's all planned to be, then this moment, every moment that can happen before it, every moment that happens after that, it was like we're never in the wrong place. We're always where we are supposed to be in part of a grand plan. And I think what it is that like there's still free will though, because what happens is when you're born, I think you choose what you are the person you're going to be. So everything you do in life would be the same if you went back and lived that same life a million times over. You're going to choose the same exact things over and over again. So for like for God, I think he already knows what everyone's going to do like in such detail before it even happens, that even though we have free will, he already knows ahead of time what we're going to choose to do. So the whole thing's all pre-planned out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean,
Absolutely.
it's really when you think about it, it's really interesting. I mean, I wish, I'm like you guys. I really want to know the truth. I got to know the truth. I have to. It's bugging me not to know what is going on. And we have all these different thoughts about what it could be. And I think that putting our brains together, I think we're on the right track of we're definitely knowing something is coming, and something is coming soon that's going to reveal something big about what's going on. Do you guys feel that?
Yeah. We don't have. I don't know. I think we don't have much time left. How much time? I don't know. But
Me
all
too.
I know is
Before we go any further, I'm just gonna do a shout out really fast with everybody that's in the chat. Welcome Cammy, David obviously on the panel, Peanuts on the panel, Prelim, welcome. Joe Dirt is here. Matt's here. Texas Danny. Michelle. Let's see. Dead GPK. GPK is in the house. Who else is here? Adam. Adam is here.
love all you guys. You guys are awesome.
And Matt. Hey Matt. All right. So back to and Robin is here. She's in the background hiding behind Peanut.
Oh, I'm being shy.
And Chloe is here.
You stir up some trouble.
We can hear you.
That's not really Robin. That's that's Robin's clone.
Oh, I don't want to clone. I don't want to be cloned.
Aw.
I'm not clone my ass.
So I don't know what.
Well, if you let me tell can I tell a story real quick? A little story.
Yeah.
I was talking to my wife's dad, right, about the vaccine and everything, because dude, he's watching hockey.
The
and
vax.
they even
Yeah.
Huh?
The vax.
Oh yeah. My bad. Yeah, the jab, friggin'
The jab.
the jabbo. But yeah, it even came up because when I was there, I was helping because they're older, so I help them with yard work, and we were planting a garden and everything. We got a bunch of stuff, taters, maters, you name it. We got it going. But I was over there and he had the Bruins on, and which I do like sports. I'm not gonna lie, but I try to stay away from it, but it's hard. But
There's
anyway,
synchronicity.
yeah,
I,
man.
I was gonna talk about baseball tonight a little bit. So there you
It's
go.
everywhere, man. I'm
Huh.
telling you, man. They brought it up on there. Even the dudes that are like Jack Edwards and Brick, dude, they're talking about getting the jab, how it was great, and it's just amazing. And it's amazing to see this dude that's way older than me. I'm not gonna name him by name, but yeah, it basically my father-in-law. Like, I'm trying to tell him, dude, why don't you look into it first? You know, he tells me he's not gonna take it, but every time I talk to him about stuff like this, he like tweaks on me, man. He gets heated, but like he's not gonna like hurt me or anything, but he just gets really mad every time I bring up conspiracy theories or whatever. And I'm like, dude, why don't you look into what I'm talking about before you get mad at me? And it's amazing. Like it's crazy to me, man. Even the toothpaste, I tell him there's fluoride in it, and he gets mad about it. And it's like he tries. I don't know what it is, but like the only thing I can think of is in the Bible, the great delusion. These people are under some kind of spell, man. I mean, you can hit them in the face with it, show them it, hit them again, and it doesn't matter, bro. It doesn't matter. They're gonna think what they think, and that's it.
Yeah, that's a good point. They probably are under
They're
spell.
scared. They're scared, man. That's what it is. That fear tactic does work. They just don't want to think like that. It's like Bubble Boy, really, in real life right now.
Well, I mean, I'm seeing people that are getting the jab, like at Walgreens. They're all giggly and all like it's some fucking
Trend, bro.
like this is a game.
See that bracelet they have now?
They're
They have a bracelet.
no.
Yeah, they have a blue bracelet with a metal thing on it, and a little scan thing. You know, that with your phone, knowing that you're vaccinated, and it brings up all your last shots or something like that. Like knowing
Well,
that you're.
hey, what do you
Dude.
guys think about the people who are getting the jab? What if they're the ones that are going to be the carriers spreading it?
Yeah, it's something crazy. I heard that people that get vaccines, jabs, my bad. It's contagious, so it could come to you.
They shut
That's what I heard. I don't believe that though.
I think it's more like after they get the shot, that right now there's like a time delay we were talking about the other day, where I think what's going to happen is that they'll probably activate some with 5G, and then they'll all get set off at once. Because something's going to happen because the Bible talks about people who get the mark, they're going to break out in hives and all that sort of thing. And then they also talk about the two witnesses.
That's what's happening right now.
Yeah, right. Oh, is that right? They're already doing that? They're going to break out in hives and stuff?
Yeah, it's an autoimmune reaction.
Really?
Their autoimmune
Damn.
system's overwhelmed.
Yeah, dude, they're blotching out in skins, looking like a leopard, or I don't even know, bro. There's like blotches on their skins.
Yeah, I think people.
Oh, I didn't know that.
I think once they turn, like you just said, Peanut, once they turn that 5G on, people are gonna be dropping. I think that's what it has a lot to do with this first jab and the second jab that they're getting. When they turn the 5G on, I think that's gonna be it. The people are gonna be dropping left and right, and people are gonna be scared because they think that's gonna be the COVID. You know.
Yeah, I don't know.
And,
oh, sorry.
no, I was done pretty much.
No, I was just gonna say I don't know if I know there's a delay, guys, and I'm sorry. I'm not trying to be an ass, but I don't know. I'd seen a bunch of pictures after they got the shot, blood clots, all that stuff, and then they're getting like, I don't know. It looks like red like dots all over their legs. I don't know. It looks really weird. I don't know if it's real though, bro. You know how that goes. The
Well,
internet is something else.
where did you see that at, or who had red blotches on their legs?
Nobody I know. I'm just like pictures from like Twitter, and I've seen it on other people's
Okay.
channels as well on YouTube and
Oh,
D Live too. So yeah.
Yeah, that's something else. Matt says, but they didn't correct the timeline. They turned us into molecular simulated avatars with a 0.01% free will, leaving us with the most insulting hint that we are not in control anymore. A cold truth. Adam says 5G is a distraction. Your microwave is more dangerous than 5G. Talk to someone who specializes in that field of work. Lots to learn. These shots are going to stop reproduction.
Yeah, I'd say
Yeah, but I think they're going to do a
it
lot
all
more.
sucks, dude.
I have a feeling they're going to do a hell of a lot more than just stop.
Yeah. Dude, it doesn't matter what. Everything's bad. You can't go to Subway because I guess there's chemicals that they make yoga mats in their bread. Everything that we eat is you know what I mean? GMO, genetically modified. I mean, I guess I was just watching a video because you put everything in freezer bags to freeze your meat in a freezer. Not everybody does, but a lot of people do. But you know, that gives you cancer because the bag seeps into the meat and da 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 da.
I think the
It's not
thoughts in
numb,
your
bro.
head,
It's nothing but fear, bro.
the thoughts in your head give you cancer.
Yeah, bro. That's why I just think everything's nothing but fear tactics. Yes, these things might be bad for me, but what am I gonna do? Sit here and cry like a little bitch? You know what I mean? Excuse my language, but you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
It's nothing but fear, bro. And everybody that I see around is fear. They're walking around with their masks on. I have to yell at people driving down the road. Hey, take off your mask. Please take it off. You can breathe. You're fine. It's been what, almost a year and a half? Have you seen anybody die?
The other day, I got a new phone and I was in Walmart and I got a US cellular phone and it's a newer phone that they don't even have the accessories to it yet, so I couldn't get a case. So I'm really worried. I'm really worried that the phone's gonna drop and break. So I said, fuck it. I could order one off of Amazon, but I thought, I'm worried, so I thought, well, I'll go into US Cellular, see what kind of cases they have in there. I know I'm probably gonna pay a little bit more, but I walked into US Cellular and the fucking guy kicked me out because I wouldn't put a face mask on. I'm like, are you fucking kidding me? This is a small ass store, and this guy was probably 500 pounds, and could barely fit. He could barely put the face mask on. It didn't look right. It looked like it looked like a face mask on a little doll. Too small.
It didn't fit his face. Yeah.
And I'm like, is that really doing anything for you? He goes, well, it's the orders of the store, it's their rules, I'm like, whatever. He goes, well, I can help you if you stand outside. I can help you. And I said, well, how the fuck am I supposed to see the cases from outside? And he goes, well, what phone do you have? And I told him, and he's like, oh, we don't even have accessories for that one anyways. So I was like, okay, and I turned around and walked out. Like, fuck you.
Hey, Robin told me to tell you to go check out Changing Matrix channel. I guess there's a new video on there.
No, it's not new. It's from months ago. She was pre-warning.
Oh, from months ago?
Yeah, she was a pharmacist and she quit. She explains it in the video.
Huh.
What does she explain?
What's some of the stuff to come?
Like the pharmacy? What did you say about pharmacy?
Yeah, she was ex-pharmacist. She quit her job, but that she was,
Pharmakia.
What's
Yeah.
it called?
Yeah,
stuff
like that.
that was coming, like special, like big orders for like oils and things, and I
Oh,
don't know.
I bet she knows a lot of stuff.
Yeah, she
What,
talks.
what's the channel called?
Changing Matrix.
Changing Matrix.
Oh, yeah.
That's a pretty cool name.
Yeah, it's kind of cool.
Yeah, she was one of the from the Mandela Effect community.
Yeah, she's one of the original. I remember her.
Yeah.
She has kind
Dude,
of
I don't
a
even like to give my cats vaccines, dude. But now, dude, you know what happens if your cat happens to die and you didn't get it vaccinated? They have to cut off the head and do something with their brain to make sure they don't have rabies. Isn't it unbelievable? It's crazy.
That says speaking as a pharmacist.
Are you serious?
No, I'm not even joking, bro.
I
I'm serious.
know you're serious. Just cracked me up thinking about the headless cat. I don't know about maybe like.
Yeah, dude, I know it does.
Anyway.
I had to do it to my, and guess what happened to her after I got the vax a few months later? She passed away. So at least I get to have her cremated, right? Instead of having her head chopped off and looked at her brain because they
Right.
thought she would have rabies. I told my girl, just bury her in the backyard, you know? But
Or otherwise, it'd be a cat catastrophe. Get it? Cat.
yeah, no, they would have to like literally just use her as an experiment for rabies that are not there because she's never been outside and she's declawed. She's never been outside. She's an indoor cat.
Yeah.
You know, it just makes me so mad that these people are just so. I don't even want to get.
That's
It's
because,
amazing.
we once existed in a natural environment, a non-simulated context. It was commonly taken for granted privilege. We were happy and dignified. Every day was new and unplanned. Now it's different. Yeah, I mean, I know of two times in my life for sure that I should have died. Maybe even more times. That there's really no way I should have made it.
Twice for me.
So I don't know. Every time I think about it, I think, and everybody I talk to, with you guys, there's somewhere along the line that you guys had a traumatic experience in your life where you think you passed away. So I just keep going back at where I think we passed away, and
that's what it seems like. That's what it seems like to me.
Experiences, and my last one was 2012. That was the last time.
It was 2012.
If I did pass away, I didn't notice that I think I am now. Like, if anything. When I was 3 years old.
I don't have any memory of it.
Oh, go ahead. So,
I don't have any memory of it. I was in the hospital and that's when it started. So, I mean, that's a pretty big clue, I think, with all the changes starting from, why would it start from there on? Seems to be. And my sister looking different, like she came to the hospital and she had the same face, but her body was like 50 pounds overweight. I had just seen her like 7 days before. She had different haircut, just overall, not my, it wasn't the sister I knew. And I asked her, I said, oh my God, what the heck? Are you eating a lot or what's wrong? Her name's Amy. And she just looked at me funny. And she's the one that gets, like, she's one of the people that gets mad at me if I bring up all the changes that I'm seeing. Instead of being, somebody to listen and at least acknowledge what I'm seeing. And like someone was saying here before, how people just seem indifferent or they get angry. and they're supposed to be like people you've known all your life that you can talk to. But it just, I don't panic about it. I mean, I think I take it well considering what we're going through. I'm not gonna live. What the heck is that?
What the hell is that, Patrick?
Chatty Cathy. I got this. I got this
Oh
at
my
a garage
God.
sale. I got this at a garage sale last weekend. And if you guys don't know, this is Chatty Cathy. This is from the 1960s.
Wow.
Dude,
It's
that
the
thing's
19
worth money.
Does it have a
It
string?
It used
That was-
to have. It
Yeah,
used to
it was-
have long hair, but somebody cut it.
Looks like Bill Gates.
Yeah, that's on the
It
It's-
was big in it was an American thing, right? It was an England thing.
Bill Gates.
Yeah, and it comes with these little records.
I want to hear it. Come on, let's hear it. He's like,
that,
it's all
they-
saying
they
like,
slide in.
Hi,
They
Daddy.
slide in the side there, you know,
right?
and then it's got a cord back here that you pull. Okay, here we go.
Well,
What? I can't hear what they're saying.
I have no idea what she's saying either.
I didn't understand.
Hold on,
Yeah.
let me see if I can hear. Yeah, I have no
Okay.
idea what she's saying.
I'm
She's
far
not from
gone.
1960, guys.
Yeah, she said, I'm far gone.
I'm far gone. I'm
Yeah,
wasted.
that's cool.
Look
Saddle shoes.
at that.
I'm surprised the
That's
thing still
weird.
works. You pull in a string.
Chatty Cathy. Woo! Yeah. Yeah, so I thought I'd show you guys a little Chatty Cathy here.
Oh heck yeah! Like, like
A
your
little weird, but yeah.
like,
Pat's playing with dolls. Then I got Mr.
Yeah, you
Monster.
like knock this off. The whole subject.
oh, I love that. You ever seen the cartoon Bugs Bunny where he's all like, monsters live such interesting lives? He's like got like the mouse traps and the thing.
I have no idea what year this is from.
I think it's from Warner Brothers, right?
I have no
Bugs
idea.
Probably from
Bunny,
the
kid.
60s.
You don't know Bugs Bunny? What?
Yeah, so there's my creepy dolls.
Right on.
I also collect little cars, old vintage cars from the 60s.
Like the original
Why?
Hot Wheels or something.
The Lion and the Lamb? Oh, I'm sorry. The Wolf and the Lamb?
There you go. There's the Ford logo.
Oh, dude, that's badass.
Is that the old Ford? Oh, it's
Yes,
different.
it is. That's exactly what I remember.
Yeah, but it does have
An extra.
the curly F.
Yeah, I
Oh,
see.
dang.
Dang it.
Dun,
Yep.
dun,
What is
dun.
that swerve?
Without that, that's crazy, man. It's crazy. The Lion and the Lamb, though, is
Yeah,
crazy.
it's weird how these change because this is a original 1970s car made in Hong Kong. That's when these cars were made in the 70s, 60s, and 70s, and the logos changed on these, because it never had. I mean, we all know it never had the curly F like that. The curly Q, the pig's tail. So yeah,
I'm still
Yes, sir.
trying to get my bearings, I think, even after 5 years.
yeah.
You guys- I'm gonna split.
I'm
I'm gonna
still.
bail.
I don't understand.
Well,
What happened? Do you have
I'm
any? I mean, I'm praying about it. I don't really know what I'm supposed to think about it. Everyone else seems to like have their opinion already formed, and I'm still like, I don't get this. What am I supposed to believe? And I'm not easily convinced, so I'm still kind of just standing back, like, what is going on?
Hey, Free,
Yeah,
believe. It's not really about that word. It's about what how you feel. I mean, what are you seeing? You know what I mean? Does it make sense to you? Is it a
Right.
lie? You think it's a lie?
I'm seeing
You know
like
what I
10 different forks in the road. Like it's either this or it's either that or it's this. And I'm
Yeah,
not
you know
going
what?
to believe until one really
Take a break.
rings
Get
true.
online.
Yeah.
None of us know for sure what the hell is going on.
Exactly, man.
We just know that something's going on.
I just know that we're all a family and we're here for you, and that's all I know.
I'm glad for that. Wow, I could not handle it if other people were not seeing what I'm seeing.
Yeah, but sometimes, man, you need to get off online, get away from. You know what I mean? Because, dude, it drives me crazy. I gotta get away. I go work on my dirt bike. Maybe take a ride, clear my head. That's why I haven't seen you guys. I've been watching on the low, though. You know what I mean? But I see you.
No, that's true.
I took us live last night. I was tired. I had to pop out.
Hey, you
But
guys.
yeah, man, you gotta just take a break, man, and come back with a clear mind, you know, and try to find your happy place.
Yeah,
I
could agree with that.
A disconcerting feeling, to say the least. But hey, Preliminal, nice to see you, though. I hope that you know that it brings you some comfort to being here with other people. And I'm taking off. Patrick, thanks for having me on. David, it's good to meet you. Hope and everybody in the chat, thanks for having me on, you guys. Hope you guys all have a great day.
You too, Peanut, man. Have a great night, bro.
Thanks,
Have a good day, Peanuts. Bye, Robin.
Bye.
See you guys. Adios. If anybody wants to come in, Joe Dirt or anybody else wants to drop in, you guys are more welcome. I will put a link out in the chat, and you guys can come join me and David and Freelium.
Joe needs to come in, mother.
Yeah, I love Joe, man. He's
I didn't say the F word. Do you notice that? I marked that out.
Joe is the sweetheart of the club.
Yeah, he's the man.
Got that pretty blonde hair, you know.
He's got strawberry hair. You got strawberry hair.
Strawberry blossoms. No,
that's a redhead.
No, Dirt is the man. I'm surprised Crunchy B hasn't come to visit for a long time. He hasn't been in my streams in a long time. He used to come in all the time and spend hours in here. But I don't know. He's copped an attitude, I guess.
I don't know.
Maybe he got his own stream going. He doesn't bother coming in mine anymore. And Joe Dirt says, "Make me blush." Get your ass in here, Joe Dirt. I love that name. It fits him. It fits him so perfectly.
Well, right? Tell him to put some pants on. Get your ass in here.
Yeah.
I love everybody in the chat, man. I love this.
Joe. We know the boys in bed, so you can get your ass on here now.
Matt made an interesting.
You have the best community ever. Seriously, man. Best community ever. I love everybody, man. I see everybody in your chat and other chats.
Were you in here last night?
Matt says
on the panel
he's showing us that he controls absolutely everything from the tiniest prop to the most obvious.
Do you guys get that? I didn't even remember Crunchy was on here last night. He was on the panel. I have no clue.
I don't remember that.
That is that getting bad or what? Or I shifted maybe. Maybe I'm just a different person.
No, maybe you just didn't see him. That's all. I see that dude in every chat. Crunchy B, all of them.
I'm on a lot of them. Yeah, I see him a lot.
Cammy said she was going to come in after she got done eating. Hey, Christy,
Yeah,
Patrick, and all hi. And
we gotta have Cammy's awesome.
Let's see. Way
Yeah,
past
Cammy.
bedtime, love. All right, Christy, have a good night. Thanks for
Hi,
stopping in. Though.
Christy.
Right at the end, remember I asked you what kind of antibiotic. Oh, yeah, that's right. Oh, I remember,
Antibiotic.
Crunchy. You did sneak in at the very end. Yep, I remember now.
How you were in a, weren't you in a
I would
coma
think-
for like 5
Hey
days?
guys, I'll be right back. I gotta go get something to drink, but before I go, I'm gonna bring Joe Dirt in. Here comes Joe Dirt.
There he
Welcome,
is.
Joe Dirt.
How y'all doing?
Juicy strawberry. There he is.
Yeah.
Ah,
I'm just
How's it
kidding,
going,
buddy.
bud?
oh, not too bad.
I'll be right
Having a
back,
busy
guys.
week. How have you all been? It's been a while.
So how's everything going in the neck of your woods?
Ah, I really don't have any complaints. I mean, truthfully. I mean,
That's awesome.
other than life itself, right? I mean, it's all right here though.
No, it's raining over here right now. Friggin' sucks.
It was a little chilly today. Ah,
Yeah, it was nice. It was nice here in Rhode Island, and then rain came and temperatures went down. It was like almost 80, and then it didn't feel like it though, 'cause it was windy, and then it just died down, and now it's raining.
no rain, please.
Yeah, it's depressing.
No-
I hate
no
rain. But you know what? We need it too, though.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, no, I don't really know what to think about the thought that we've already died and everything else. I mean, it's crossed my brain a couple times, but yeah, I don't know what to think about it. Is it possible? Sure. Hell, you've lived
Right?
my life. I should have been dead a dozen times, you know?
Yeah. I don't know, man. I think we're in the same spot. I just think things are changing while we're here. You know what I mean? I don't know how to explain it. Like,
Oh,
we're in the same reality. It doesn't seem like the same reality, but something's changing stuff around us while we're here, because everything seems the same, but it doesn't feel the same. Do you know what I mean? Like, it's so
Yeah.
weird.
What about the
It's-
people that aren't like? What about like your brother and sister or old friends that don't see any changes to the geography?
Yeah,
or,
you know, I go back to the Bible, dude. They got a veil over the eyes, man. They
Uh-huh.
got, you know,
Okay, so is that do you feel really certain about that, or is that like what it seems to be?
well, from getting into the Bible, that's what's more accurate right now until I hear
Okay.
something else. You know what
So
I
that's-
mean?
Yeah. Okay.
I have an open mind for anything, but that's what makes most sense to me right now. You know what I mean?
So yeah, no, that makes sense to me too. I'm glad you said that. So when I see them, I have to just keep in mind that they have this veil of not being able to
See, or hear.
Yeah.
It's patience, man. Good for you, man. Because I get mad. I get
Yeah.
heat, dude.
I can't even bring up. I
can't
can't
even
even
see it.
talk about it. It's hard not to bring up. You know, there's always something that we'll be talking about, and then I'll think of it, and then I have to hold my. I can't say it because they'll get mad and all that.
Same here, bro. That's
Well,
you know, I try to bring it up the easiest way I can, and that still doesn't work.
Yeah.
That's why, like, I hear what Brian Staveley's saying. Everybody, just help the ones you can and bring it up. If they want to hear it, then they want to hear it. But don't go breaking your back trying to
Right.
help people. Because, dude, you know what?
Yeah.
I try to help my family,
Even-
my brother. You know what my brother told me? Either
Yeah.
shut up or leave. Shut up or leave.
Yeah. Isn't that weird?
Yeah. Literally, dude.
Yeah,
Yeah, man. They don't want to hear nothing, bro.
they
Some
don't.
people,
No.
and my brother's a smart dude, man. He can rip a
Yeah.
apart your transmission, put your motor back together, do it all, bro. Smart dudes. They're just trapped in their bubble, like Bubble Boy. They don't want it to get popped. You know, I don't know. It's scary to me. It's scary how delusional, but how smart these people are. Like they're under a veil that's so thick. It's not even funny. And listen, I can't even read. I can't even read the whole Bible by myself. I can barely even spell, but I know this stuff. That's probably why people don't listen to me and they don't believe anything I say because they think I'm stupid. You know what I mean? But that's okay. I'm cool with that. You know?
I don't think
Because
you're
Bible
stupid.
says if you know something and you don't want anybody, paraphrasing, you're just as bad as, you know what I mean? That's not cool, you know?
People think I'm stupid. People think I'm stupid because I'm depressed, and they don't recognize. No, depression makes you look stupid because you're totally depressed.
Everybody's depressed. I don't care who you are. Everybody has a little piece of depression in them, bro, and that's a fact. I'm depressed too. I mean, shit. Look where we live at. Doesn't matter what part of the world you're in. It's depression everywhere. Look around, man. You got people wearing masks. You got kids suffocating themselves because their parents are slapping
before
them. I mean, we can go on and on, bro.
Before, you know, even
it's so easy
before
to hate.
20 years ago.
There is no love. It's so easy to hate these days. I mean, it's
there's no interesting music or scene or places to go. Like nothing interests me. I feel really fed up, and it's just
that's what they do. They take everything away.
Yeah.
They want to take everything away. They want to suffocate you and make you wear that muzzle. They want you to get the jab. They want you to be depressed. They want you just to stay in line and keep doing what everybody's been doing for the past 400, 500, 600 years. I mean, it's crazy. I just don't understand how people can't see what's going on. I mean, do people have short-term memories? I mean, I guess they do, to be honest.
I remember Cuba. I remember China. I remember Japan. I remember Norway. At least the version I was in. How do such major like those kind of changes are different than just the Ford logo? So it seems like there's two different things going on.
I'll tell you right now, I don't think it's the government's changing anything. I think this is supernatural. It's either God or the devil doing it, and either way, God's allowing it to happen. So that's
what I wondered. Okay, so God's allowing Bible changes.
Jojo and JW just came in. Wow. Wow. JoJo's is here and JW. Hey JW, did you bring us any soup?
JW. But yeah, man. First time I heard about the Mandela effect, I was like, I thought everybody else what everybody else thought. Yeah, maybe it's just, you know, online thing. Somebody changed it. But then I was listening to Richie from Boston with Stavely, and he just blew my mind, bro. Because he's from this, he's an hour and a half away from me. I could drive to his crib right now. Like, well, not now, but like where Lowell is not that far from me. I'm in North Providence. And to hear him say that friggin' everything about the Lion and the Lamb. I mean, my last name's Wolf. I went to buy it. I used to go to church, bro. I used to went to Sunday school as a kid. That would have been stuck out to me like a sore thumb. My last name's Wolf. It was the Wolf and the Lamb. I would have remembered that.
You would have recognized that right away.
Oh, for right off the rip, man. And when I heard it was Wolf, I'm like, yeah, right. It's always been the Lion and the Lamb. It's crazy. And same thing with Ed McMahon. That's big on the East Coast. Big thing on the East Coast. I remember getting mail after mail with his face on it. It's crazy.
Wow.
And then the dollar
Yeah,
sign,
maybe.
one slit in it. It's always had two slits in the dollar sign. Like, what's going on?
Wow.
Go ahead, Patrick. I know you want to say something there.
And the moon. Okay, the moon
No.
doesn't just change overnight. I mean, that is not the same moon. It's not. It's tilted at a different angle. Where the nose was, where the eyes were, is all. It looks like 100 different meteors struck in there. It's not the same moon. Unless you guys don't see that. Maybe that's not one that you.
I don't think it's the same sun or the same moon either. I believe you. Man. I'm with you on that.
I remember the old moon. That's definitely not the same moon. And
You guys hear what crows?
I can see some traces where the old moon was.
Yeah, hold on. Let
all these
Patrick say
other-
something.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Who are you talking to? Go ahead.
Oh, I thought David
You.
was
I thought you were going to say something.
Oh, go. I was just talking about the moon. Go ahead, Patrick.
Well, I ain't got nothing to say.
Oh, come on now.
I think the moon's evil, but I don't know why.
I don't know. You know, I'm stuck on. I think we passed away, and this is either a new timeline, or this is some sort of purgatory, or some kind of healing chamber that we're in. Or maybe our
an extension. It could be an extension for those that were unresolved. Like before all this started, did you feel unresolved in your life? Or were you just kind of going along like everything was? I felt a lot of inner conflict about what I was trying to.
First realized I was somewhere else. When I first realized things were different, I was literally freaking out.
Yeah.
When I woke up out of the
Went
coma, I was
schizophrenic when I
scared because I didn't feel like I was in the same place. As soon as I woke up, I knew something.
What about right before that? How were things going? But right before you saw the changes.
I mean, they were all right. My life wasn't perfect, but they're all right. You know.
That could be. I think that's where the answer is. It was something right before, like whatever you were doing or going through. You know, I think that's where.
I would say before all of this happened, it's like nothing I could do in life actually seemed to work out at all. And
right. That's what I was having.
How many years now? But now I can't fail in anything. It just always works out. Whatever I think I want or do, it always works out. And I have no way or means, but I trust the Lord. And it's like
That's one of the biggest differences too. I noticed is you really don't need anything. You really don't need money or anything. I mean, you do, but you don't have to. You don't have to bust your ass working for it or worrying about anything, because what needs to be taken care of, all you have to do is trust in the Lord. And yeah, I am very well aware of that being for sure, because I've gone through so much since for the last 4 years. I've gone through a lot of shit, and since I've gotten closer to the Lord, more things are happening to me, but they always seem to work out, you know.
Well, that's encouraging.
Absolutely, man. It's real though, man. I really do. I think
I mean, you guys can go back and watch my life. My life is basically played out on YouTube for the last 3 years.
Yeah.
yep.
Everything that's going on in my life is on YouTube, and you could basically tell my last 3 year life story right now. Anything that's happened in my life, and it's always worked out. I've always, with the help of you guys, and the
Amazing,
Lord's
man.
brought you guys, the Lord has brought you guys into my life for a reason, and it's to help each other out. It's when one of us is down, the other one tries to pick each other up, and then vice versa.
Absolutely.
And you can't find that anywhere else, even with so-called real friends. What I thought was real friends that I had here.
Even family.
You guys work for me than my real friends or my family. I'm not saying, I'm not including my daughter. I'm saying like my brothers and sisters and cousins and stuff like that.
Oh, we know. Yeah, dude, all these
But,
pretend friends that you had, and when you went down, they just disappeared. I know how that goes, bro. Even my family did the same thing. I know how it goes. When you don't have nothing, no one's around. They don't care,
For the
Right,
longest time,
right.
I've done nothing but try to help people no matter what. And I didn't really care who you were. I always had the theory that if I gave you $1 and you never gave it back, I'd do it again. And if I gave
Right?
9
Me
people
too.
$1 and they never paid it back, that 10th person I can't judge off the other 9. So I've always tried again. It's as an example of help. So I've never stopped that. But it seemed like I was the first one shit on too, the entire phone and everybody there to help me out. It doesn't
Yeah.
matter. I couldn't do that up in myself. So I've always
Well,
tried to help.
you know what's funny? My girlfriend gets mad at me because, like at the end of highways, well, I don't know if you guys been in the city, but in the end of highways, there's a bunch of alcohol junkies, heroin addicts. They stand at the corner of the highway. So when you come off the exit, they're asking for money, and they're pretty in bad shape. So, me, you guys kind of know me, but yeah, I'm going to give him $20. Why? So he can go spend it on drugs and get drunk. And I said, that's not the point. The point is, who knows what he's going to do with it? I don't know. That's not the point. The point is, I'm going to try and help this guy. And he does what he wants with it. It doesn't matter, I give him the money anyway. And that was in the beginning, but she's cool now. But yeah, I try to help them out, and I'm pretty sure I know what they're gonna do with it. But that doesn't matter. The point is, if you got it, help. That's on them. That's my opinion.
Right.
I don't. You're gonna just spend it on whatever you want, man. I mean, whatever. I'm not gonna keep giving it to you every time I see you on the corner, though. I mean, you know what I mean. But the point is, I try to help people as much as I can, man. That's the point. It's not about what he's gonna do with it,
When Jesus told you when you walk into a house and you're talking to the homeowner of the house, and if he won't agree with you or accept what you're saying, you still eat the meal, you still smile, but you leave and wipe off your feet, and you just don't go back sometimes, But you
Exactly.
have
It's
to be,
respect. Yeah. I feel bad for those people, man, and I just hope, just to let everybody know that could be us one day. You never know, man. You never know what could happen.
Right.
Life is too short, and that's a fact.
Oh,
They hear that
the
saying all the time.
one thing I always remember before anything is no matter what you did, I am equally guilty of all the shit that I did. So I don't sit and judge you very often at all because
Absolutely, yo. Right?
I'm already fucked,
Dude, we're all
you know?
equally guilty, no matter what, man. A sin is a sin. It doesn't matter
Yeah.
what sin it
Doesn't
is.
matter
A
what
sin
it
is a
is.
sin. We're all
That's
guilty.
one of the hardest things to get in your head sometimes, but it's the most truthful thing. And once you realize it, you kind of look at people in a different view. You know,
Yeah.
instead of pissing off at someone, you start to actually just feel sorry, or it changes your attitude a little bit, you know?
Yep. Sometimes, dude, because back in the day, I used to be I used to punch people. Yeah, I used to be a dick. I don't know. I didn't care. I'd punch people in the face. My buddy told me to punch somebody. I'd punch him. Da 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 da. I didn't. I felt bad afterwards. But like, after I got older though, and been through what I've been through, and kind of grew up, like, I don't know. I I can't be like that anymore. And that's why I don't have any friends. I don't chill with anybody. The only people I chill with is maybe my family and my girlfriend and her parents, and that's it, dude. I don't, because all those people are gonna get me.
That's
I don't want to go to
repentance
jail,
right there.
and I don't want to get locked up.
Yep.
I don't want to be around those people, and they didn't grow up. Is what I'm trying to say.
You 100 degrees of trying to run away from that. And that is true repentance, man. That is amazing.
Yeah, I'm just not doing enough though, man, and I admit it. I gotta try harder, man, and it's hard to die to this world.
You really don't have a choice because it's already.
It's all I know. It's hard to die to this world. It's hard to repent. It really is. It's not easy.
Yeah. It's the doubt.
And I'm just keeping it funky. I'm just being honest, I mean, I mess up every day. I try not to, but it just sucks. It sucks.
Yep. Me too. Yep. I lost. I committed felonies and my heart. I do a lot of things every day, but the beautiful thing is I recognize it that second and I try to look away, or I try, but you do it. What are you gonna do when you recognize?
Yeah. You mess up, you just gotta turn it around and keep trying to do better.
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Don't let that ego get you in trouble, because that's what used to get me in trouble. I used to have an ego like a mother trucker, and people talk shit. Yeah. I just fight. Either get your ass kicked or I'm getting my ass kicked. It's either one. Not anymore. No.
So is JoJo still here in the chat?
JoJo.
Yeah, I'm just wondering. Yeah, so going back to prelim, I want to tell you that even though I have strong feelings towards what I think may be going on, I don't know what's going on, and it still bugs me, and I still have that drive to know the truth about what's really going on.
Yeah, that's kind of the main thing that's bothering me is just deciding on what to believe, and then from there, because that's the most important thing. It's like, oh, you know, what is my grasp of reality? What makes the most sense?
You know what I think, Free? I
Yeah.
think we're not to know yet until it's time. If that makes any sense. Do you know what I mean? Like, we're all confused, dude. I feel the same way you do. I don't know what's going on. I just know something's going on, and it's not right. It doesn't feel right, and all these people are not listening to what we're saying. It's I don't know. Like, the only thing I can go to is the Bible, and it's a great delusion. And we're gonna just remember the people that look at what happened to Jesus. That's gonna happen to us. Just know. So if you don't be, we got to get that fear out of us, dude, because this is only a meat package.
You notice how there's like communities of light and then communities of negativity, and like our mind is somewhere in the, like, has these clouds of the negativity, are always trying to discourage and you know,
Follow you?
yeah, and you're trying to get to the light, and then there's all this obstacle of the negative thoughts, and or I should say in first person. For me, that's what it's like. It's like I'm trying to get through this dark wilderness to the light, and I wish I could be more specific. That's kind of how I see it. And some
Yeah.
days, some days I'll be able to see. Like some days I'll feel positive. You know, like I'm synchronized with the community of light, and I'm thinking, okay, I want to stay in this course. I don't want to.
Devil, man. It's the devil
Yeah.
bringing you down. It's because
Yeah.
one day you feel great, you're ready to roll, you're ready to have a great day, and then next day he's trying to
Something.
bring you down. You know why? Because when people
Yeah.
are positive and you believe in Yeshua
Yeah.
and you're pushing that positive, I think they attack us more. The more strength and belief we get, I think the more we get attacked. I don't know. Because
That is
I'm with you,
interesting.
bro.
No,
I'm with
because I know what you're getting at. Because like when you pass one test, then you get another test,
Yeah, and it's I don't know if that's
and then you're like,
that
okay,
feels.
you know what is, and you try to figure it out, and but to remain on the path is an ongoing. That must be part of the reason. I think is that perseverance. It's a lesson
journey,
of
brother.
perseverance.
We're only here. Well, this is our test. This is our journey here right now. That's what I believe. That's what I believe. I could be wrong. You know, we all could be wrong. I don't know. All I know is there's good and bad, bad and good. You know, I would say bad and good because where we're at. I mean, but there is a lot of good around here too, though. So don't ever forget that. You know, I think we get mostly lost in the bad and don't realize how much good there's around us as well. There's a lot of great people out there. You know.
That's true.
I mean, if it wasn't for you guys, I don't know what I would do. Who knows if I'd even be here? I have no idea, man. You know, it just, I'm depressed too, man. Free. Don't feel bad, man. I know.
I don't mean to be a downer, you guys, because I know you're all trying to. Yeah, I don't want to be.
No, you gotta confront it, bro. I'd rather talk about it than hide it. You know, especially I just lost my mom. Freaking, it's been a year.
Oh my gosh!
Never lost. I lost friends, and I love them very much. Not that I'm saying any. I just never lost. So that the first person that I've ever lost was my mom. That close to me. A best friend. I understand that's your mom. You know that. I miss my friends, no doubt about it.
How's your dad doing?
No, he's all right.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
He's,
good.
he's all right. He's on his way out too, man. He's drinking himself to death.
Oh no.
Yeah, I try to help him too, man. And I drink too, man. I'm not gonna lie and sit here be an angel or anything. I have my
No.
problems drinking too, but there's a level, man. You gotta try. You gotta level that out. You can't just keep. I don't know.
No, it's frustrating for sure.
No, it's hard, man. It really is. It really is hard. I mean, everybody, they look at people that drink, like crackheads, for instance. Yeah, they smoke crack, all right, dude, but you eat bologna sandwiches and you can't stop eating them. So who's worse, the crackhead or you, bologna eating ass? It's the same thing. You're addicted to something, It just, people look at it in a different light, I guess. But it's the same thing, It's about the addiction, not what they're addicted to, It's and it's really up here in the mind. It's crazy, man. It really is, man.
Hey, did you guys hear about the Gates is getting a divorce? Isn't that funny?
What's
read
getting
that.
worse?
I didn't hear about it.
What's getting worse?
Bill
Billy
and
shit.
Mo are getting a divorce.
Gates is getting a divorce.
Oh yeah, I heard that.
With the fence, then oh man. Yeah, right. And my name is Noodle Brown. Doo-doo Brown. Hey.
They're just hedging their assets.
No, did you guys see that bracelet though? It's blue and it has this metal thing on it, and it has a barcode swipe thingy.
Oh
Yeah.
no.
Oh yeah, there's a workers wearing it. I forgot where, Seattle or California. I can't remember, but somewhere on the West Coast, I think.
I have
Yeah.
a feeling we won't be eating grasshoppers soon. You won't be in a store.
Grasshoppers is nothing. I'd rather eat grasshoppers than put that on my wrist. And put some chocolate on it, damn it. But yeah, man, it's getting crazy, man. People walking around with fish tanks on their faces. Seriously, with plants in it. I've seen that. I was losing it, bro.
Fish tanks? What are you talking about? Fish tanks?
Look up, dude. This guy had it was a plastic tank on his head, and it was pretty cool though. I mean, not to wear in your head, but like to grow plants maybe. He had plants in it, like right in front of his face, and
I've done paintings like that.
It's weird, man. And he had it in the back of his head where the plants were, and in the front where his face were. But he still had I don't know, maybe he still had you have to look at it, man. It's hard to explain. The way he the way he had it, the way he made it was great. It was perfect for the plants. Came down to go over his shoulders and his back. It was amazing. But yeah, the dude's just wearing it on his face. So he called it inside outside, I think, or something like that. So you could still smell fresh plants and air with that. Yeah, I didn't. Sometimes I think it's all bullshit because it's on the news. You know what I mean? You guys seen the tents with those kids playing music? These kids were in tents playing music. It's never gonna end, bro.
Patrick found a video. I think.
No, I was trying to get on the Rippin' Rabbit Hole backstage, but I can't figure it out. So fuck it. Jojo wanted
You
me to
don't love
get
us anymore? I thought we were the
No.
ripping the rabbits in the holes. No.
No, JoJo wanted me to get on there because she wanted to talk to me about something, and I can't get on there, so
Oh,
I don't know.
I don't know.
It won't.
I
It
love
won't
that.
let me.
We all need to meet up, man, at some point. Yeah, I I'd make a trip out to Wisconsin. It's really not. I mean, it's a little troop, but it's not crazy far from what
Everyone ready for an uncontrolled re-entry.
Yeah, not
I don't know.
probably.
Are you ready for uncontrolled re-entry, Cammy? Re-entry into where?
probably a stream. She said she was gonna come on after she was done eating or something. She said, right?
Yeah, Cammy. Yeah,
Yeah, maybe drop the link in or something. Maybe
I
that's it.
did. I just dropped it in.
I like her. I like her. She's blunt and she'll tell you right where to go. I like her.
Cammy, what is the uncontrolled reentry?
Yeah, I can't see the chat, guys. By the way, so
You
I'm
know,
sorry.
there's a rocket that's coming back down to Earth. I just read a headline. I don't know if it already happened or not, but is that what
A
you're
what?
talking about?
Oh
A
wow!
rocket?
From
Yeah,
SpaceX,
right.
3-story
You can't even-
rocket is coming
ain't-
down.
in and you ain't coming out. Unless you're a fallen angel or a demon, maybe. But
Yeah. Yeah.
Mm.
Yep. I think
By
that's
as
what
much Benadryl as I
everybody
take, still don't stop the itching.
yeah, I think I'm gonna start friggin'. We need to start raising money to get
Maybe I'll
like,
ask Cammy when she gets in here how the fuck you stop the itching.
I was gonna
'Cause I
say, dude,
cannot
you look
stop
way better,
Yeah, it looks like you're getting better, Patrick. Is
a
it
lot
just?
better.
Are you can see in your other eye, right?
Yeah, he looks sexy. Look at him.
Yeah.
Hi. Hello.
So,
Yeah, right.
so all that stuff worked. Your eyes are open. That's pretty
Yeah,
cool.
no, but I'm itching like fucking crazy though.
Well, then you're healing.
Yeah, that's why. Put some lotion on
Cammy.
it. Something.
Hello. Yeah, so there's a 3-story rocket they lost in space. It's
Wow.
gonna crash back down. Wasn't supposed to actually go to space. It was supposed to launch some shit into space and then come back down.
Yeah,
But
I saw that.
stuck out
The
into
satellite.
space, and so now they're waiting for it to get pulled back down by gravity, and it's going to crash somewhere. It's got a 1 in 3 shot of hitting land somewhere, and it's big enough that it will hit the ground.
They probably already got it in a boat somewhere.
What a rock? What is it? Is it a rocket?
Yeah, it's a giant fucking rocket that they use to get a whole bunch of shit up into space.
Right.
And instead of
they're
it
putting-
stopping and coming back down and crashing into the ocean like it was supposed to, it went up into space too. So now they're just waiting for the gravity to pull it and make it back down. But now they can't control where it's going to land. So it's going to land somewhere. Should put
Yeah,
off a great
I don't.
and pieces should hit the
I
ground.
personally don't believe it ever made it to space.
No, but that just means
Because-
that they're getting everybody ready for them to crash something into some people on the ground. That's what that means, is that
Yeah.
expect in the
Yeah,
future
they're
there's be a
getting everybody
disaster
ready.
where they
They're getting everybody ready for a bomb or something like that.
well, there's going to be a whole bunch of shit. Well, a lot of this shit, remember, as the sun's fitting out, which it is a lot, Yellowstone's acting up and has had earthquakes for days on end now, like massive hours and hours and hours at a time of just nothing but having earthquakes and like registered in the red earthquakes. And they've been yanking their feet up and down, trying to get rid of a lot of it. But like, it's, to me, that suggests something active is coming our way, whether
What
the
do you
sun's acting up.
What do you think about the two suns? Triple Crow is saying it. It's supposed to be caught on the telescope and camera. It looked legit. I don't know. I don't know.
I
just saying.
can't say for sure because I see enough weird shit in the sky that there could be, but then again, they've been spraying our sky since 1930 something. So anything we see, we can't trust. Most of what we hear, we can't trust. Most of what we feel, we can't trust. And I can give you a legitimate reason why. They had, many years ago now, footage of a blue whale breaching a gymnasium in the middle of a university. And everybody in that gymnasium saw the whale, felt the splash, smelt the sea. So what they felt, saw, and tasted was not real. So can we trust anything we see or hear at this point?
Yeah, I remember that. That was like what, 5-6 years ago or something like that.
And
Yeah.
they released that to the public 5 or 6 years ago, which means they've had that forever.
So that was a huge glitch in the matrix of reality.
Programming at its finest.
I gotta look that up.
Yeah, no, it was in a gymnasium at a school. At
Tons.
a middle
Yeah,
school.
there's tons of really cool things that most people don't realize they're already so far advanced. Like I've watched
Same thing
footage
with
of
Tupac.
them taking over a neuron in your brain with a computer and reattaching a dead neuron and helping it fire again. Which,
Yeah,
hey, that particular one is great.
Yeah,
But
same
if
thing
they
with the
can do
bull.
that, they can also do in the opposite direction or to control. So as much as we have so many good things we can do with this technology, we have to trust that humanity is there to do the good things. And I would like to say that a lot of us are, but I don't think all of us are.
Yeah.
And that's the problem, is to have this technology, you can't do it unless all of us are, because it only takes one bad apple to ruin it, because it's a hackable program. Anything computerized, hackable.
And what does that sound like? Who bit the apple? It's crazy, right? Same thing with Tupac, though. They did that thing with Tupac on stage.
They've got
And it,
so many holograms.
yeah, and people were loving it. And I even seen it just like on
Michael
YouTube.
Jackson, Tupac.
I was so amazed. Yeah, Tupac used to be like my favorite rapper when I was a kid, you know, and I think he was spreading some truth, but then again, yeah.
Keep in mind, anybody who was backed by any sort of industry was not releasing anything that they didn't want released.
Yeah, absolutely. But I'm just glad that he opened my mind about crooked police and the government. Like that's
Yeah,
what
but they did that to get you to distrust the police, because they need everybody to not
the fight.
run to the police, and they need the police to not back the citizens, because they were some of the armed people that could help all around the world. I mean, not everywhere is America where you have guns everywhere. So sometimes your armed people are your police. So if the police don't trust the citizens and the citizens don't trust the police aren't going to come and back up the citizens when the time arises.
Especially
It's
in a bad
division everywhere you go. They're creating division. They've divided the family, which was the hardest one. They've been working a long time at that, and they've succeeded. We have people
absolutely.
turning on their family now, left, right, and center, and nobody fixes anything. Everybody just leaves because it's hard.
And everything.
And, yeah,
It works. It's a brilliant plan.
it's a long-term plan, and the problem is that the world let it happen because nobody could wrap their head around a generational plan that spanned more than a lifetime. Because who would do something that stupid? They're not going to reap the benefits. No, but they thought about their great-great-grandkids and how they would.
Yeah, it's just sad. Like I was saying earlier, everybody's trapped in their bubble like Bubble Boy. Nobody wants it to pop. They just want to stay in their little bubble and be happy the way they are and comfy. They don't want to get ruffle their feathers at all. It's unbelievable.
That's sadly normal. That's true
Yeah.
for everything. It's even when you talk about like some of their really shitty things, like when they want to go green or they wanted this, they wanted that. Everybody's for it. You go to meetings, everybody signs up, they want it. Who's the first person to sign up to actually do anything hard to make that change and give up something they like? Nobody. They
Nope.
just like to
No.
pretend they're doing it. I was
you
at a
know what?
meeting, I'm promoting it, even though I'm still using plastic and creating greenhouse gases, and like nobody isn't. And I don't think it's a big deal if it is anyway, because I'm of the firm belief that the planet is not in any danger. The people might be in a lot of danger, because when Mother Earth, or whatever you want to call it, decides we're at hassle, She can shake us off like fleas. She's done it in the past. She'll do it in the future, and we're not an issue.
Yeah.
Their reasoning for issues are null and void. I mean, they started off with plastic. Well, we have an amoeba that eats plastic that Mother Nature made 25 years after we invented plastic. So scratch that one off the list. She's already figured that one out. But they'll still tell you that one, and they got to get rid of plastic. But everybody
They
forgets
wrap
about
it in
that amoeba.
plastic.
I'm like, plastic is just a different way of reorganizing the molecules from oil. Oil is a natural substance. Therefore, technically, plastic is kind of the same, just a little different. That's why she could mutate a amoeba to eat it, which now
Yeah,
they've released into the
Why we
ocean.
put our food in it. We put our food
We
in it.
haven't died from it, mind you. We haven't died from the radiation they took to us either.
Like I was saying earlier, I don't know if that's a fear thing, like because we
Oh,
put
fear
a lot of
thing.
freezer meats in bags. You know, I don't know, but I
Everything
just
we
remember
do is
when
based
everything
off
was
of
in
keeping the
glass.
population in
You know,
fear. So they're easily controlled because scared people look for a leader, whereas people who are not scared are quite independent. So to get everybody, they need them in fear.
yeah, I don't know what you know what I take when I hear that. I just say I don't know. I'm not gonna get scared about it. It is what it is. There's nothing I can do about it. I'm gonna still put my meat in bags, and it is what it is. You know, like what can I do? We're only here for a moment anyway. I mean,
Yeah. Well, I
because
just I shake my head at it because there's so many ways if they really wanted to deal with it that they could.
oh, absolutely.
Especially here in Canada where they've decriminalized marijuana because now we can
Which
go
is
back to using
favorite.
hemp for everything, which you can make plastic out of, you can make grass bags out of,
Rope,
you can make wood, you can pretty much you can do everything,
edibles.
make fuels. And well, we already do that.
You can make
But this
anything
is a
out of
way
it.
of taking the waste from all of the edibles and the smokables and shit that everybody's doing and turning that into something we need because the stalks can be used as wood fiber, plastics, bags, all sorts of
Yeah, but
different
they
things.
rather have
Cloth.
6 butts on the side of the road.
Like, it's just a way of utilizing what they're already throwing away so that we're not throwing it away. So now we're cleaning up the environment even more because we're not creating a throwaway and we're utilizing it. So you're utilizing more of it, which
Yeah,
to
you
me
know,
sounds
we
more
all
sustainable.
know who's messing up the environment. I mean, yes, we all have a part in it at some point. But
I'm
them,
so annoyed with it because here in Canada, we've been recycling since the 80s. So that's 40, 50 years. If there's still shit flying around in the oceans and in the bushes and shit at this point, it's because
it's
our
not your
governments aren't
fault.
utilizing the recycling that we've been doing and have been tossing it in the bush and in the ocean. And it's not us, it's them.
Yeah, you got to think about people too dumping stuff out there. Like I know people that dump oil like in their backyard. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? They're like, well, it comes from the ground. I'm like, yeah, the oil, but not all the shit they put in it. It's
Yeah.
like, and man, I
But
can't
it
stop
doesn't
them.
come
It's their
from like
property.
the
You
top
know?
of the ground, it comes from underneath a fair bit. So if they
It's
really want to
earth
put it back in the
blood,
ground, inject it 60, 70
and
meters.
it produces itself after time. There'll be more oil in that spot.
Yeah.
It's
Well,
crazy, man.
oil
People
is
don't
the
do
biggest
that.
lie on the planet. Is that it's a
Don't do that.
unrenewable resource. Like our planet constantly creates it. Oil is rotting matter, and everything on the planet that dies will turn into oil. People, animals, trees, grass, everything constantly dies every winter. So it's constantly renewing itself. It's the second most abundant source other than water on this planet. And they've told you that it's a fossil fuel, that it'll go away soon. We're always at the short supply. It's got to be at jacked price. No, it doesn't. That was the biggest lie they told you. But they had to sell it to you like that. Otherwise, you'd only be paying 17 cents a liter.
Yeah, they got to find a way to tax us somehow and rape us.
And
That's really what
people
it's
fell
about.
for it, not understanding what it is. I'm like, if anybody actually had paid even base attention in regular high school science, they would have realized how much they're being lied to. Just like the carbon in the atmosphere is not bad for the planet. It is actually really good for everything growing. It makes it greener and grow better and faster because it's plant food. They pump it in on purpose to greenhouses, and yet they're going to suck it out of our atmosphere and starve everything green and all of our food away by doing this.
Yeah,
And
you
we're
can't see
paying
it.
them to do it.
I can see it right now looking at all the trees around me, especially what they spray.
Dying
It's
off, and nobody can
unbelievable.
figure out why, because
Hold
they're
on,
killing
guys.
the carbon on them. Want to know the best thing you can do to counteract that right now? Talk to the fucking plants. You create carbon out of your mouth.
Absolutely. You're right.
Okay, hold on a second, guys.
Yeah.
Joe Dirt's coming in pretty soft, so go ahead. What were you wanting to
Yeah,
say,
you know,
Joe?
Another thing about the oil is America is absolutely the richest country in the world. There's more money than we've ever seen, and you can't even possibly imagine because every gas is taxed by the American dollar, right? There's enough money for the entire world, but they tax the shit out of us to keep us in control, right? Because they don't need to
Petrodollar.
tax us at all. They make so much money off that. And I thought someone has to point that out, man. And that's when you know everything that you ever buy is just bullshit because we could afford anything we ever desired. It's a control factor. They
And we
already
don't
have
even need
everything
money
they ever
to,
needed.
to own things or to build things, you know?
Mhm.
It's sad because it's up here that people are messed up in their head. They're all brainwashed. I've been brainwashed.
Yeah.
I'm ADHD. I'm a weirdo. Like it took me a while to catch on. But how the hell do I know that? I didn't ask for this. One day I just woke up and I don't know. God kicked me in the ass, maybe. You know what I mean? But it's amazing how I can see this, and I understand why people don't believe what I say because they know I can barely read. I can barely spell, and I'm just an idiot. So they don't believe me. Maybe it's the way I come off sometimes because I'm so passionate about it, and I come at them like I'm, hey, there's a horse. You know, I'm not. You know, but like, and I talk about God, but like, I believe in God. I really do. I believe in Yeshua. I believe there's a creator. Maybe Yeshua is not his name. Maybe Jesus is his name. Whatever. But there's a creator. We did not come from nothing. That's crazy. I can't manifest something into my hand right now. If I was, I'd be on Joe's lap right now. No, I'm just kidding. You just caught me. Look, no, I'm just kidding. But yeah, then I don't understand. I guess it is what it is. That's what happens when you're a kid and you get it pumped in your head since yay high till you get into high school and they got you. And that's the way it is, you know.
Welcome to education. You called it brainwashing. I call it education.
Hey, I didn't make it past the 8th grade, so you know.
Education. We
They're
don't need
educating
it.
people into where we're at now, which is so
Hey,
bad. That's why they needed everybody to
teacher,
go to public school
leave
systems
the
and
kids
out of their
alone.
parents' homes because they needed to take that whole system away.
Just another brick in the wall.
The only people that are gonna make it, I think, is people like us that can see it, and hopefully some will come through here soon.
Nobody's gonna. Well, we're gonna
Smoking
make it in the long run, but we're
I
not gonna
believe
make
that.
it. Everybody owes a debt. It's just how
Yeah.
you go out.
I
We're
believe every
we're
day
gonna
that
star
someone
in the
wakes up.
movie. I think that's
Right
sadly
it down.
we're reluctant stars.
Right
Yay!
down.
Yeah.
Mm.
And Patrick Roberts killing it, right? You guys remember that song, Runaway Train? That's like these
We're
people.
not gonna
These
take
people.
it. Oh
Yeah,
no.
man. We're trying to
Gonna
catch it. We're
take
trying to help
it.
them, but they're running away. Even though it was about kids, which it was a really great song. It's about basically kid trafficking, I think. But yeah,
What, Soul Asylum?
Runaway Train. I think that's what it's about.
Soul Asylum?
Yeah, it's a really
A
good song.
one-way train.
Yeah.
I think it was Soul Asylum.
That was like the one hit wonder. I think that's all they had. It was in black and white, I believe. The video. I think. Yeah, I can't remember the name, but they were
I
dope.
didn't pay attention back then either.
Yeah. Crazy times we're living in, man.
Yeah. I think the less you live in the world, the easier it is to see it.
Shot
But if
through
you
the
sit and
heart.
wander around,
And
if you
you're
sit and worry
too
about
That
Shut
way
the
I've been in
fuck
my
You
up.
head or my
love
head.
a bad
I've seen a lot of it a lot.
Shot through the hops.
name.
I'm one of those that never
And
see.
you're to blame. You give love a bad name.
Yeah. That's a good song. You hear that in every bar, you know, or every bowling alley.
Yeah, yeah.
You hear that song everywhere.
A lot of good music was REO Speedwagon. I love me some REO Speedwagon. You remember them? No?
Hmm.
Yeah. Oh, I used to like the really old country too, like Kenny Rogers.
It's not old.
Older
That's like
in
90s, man.
Because
California
he died doesn't
was
make it
in
old.
a bank in the middle of Beverly Hills in somebody else's name. So if you're dreaming
That's not
about
like,
California,
that's Mandela affected.
Yeah. I like the movie Kenny Rogers did about one of his songs about Old Yellow.
Old
Tommy.
Yellow.
Yeah. Where they call it.
The six pack.
Yeah.
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 Kenny Rogers in the six pack.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah.
It's raining out here, man. Is it raining over there?
It's
Anywhere?
like a race
No,
car version of
it's pretty much raining here all day.
I don't
Really?
think he's anywhere near there though.
No.
Didn't rain here.
I don't know where. You're over there. That way.
I'm way far away from most people. I'm
I'm in Rhode
up
Island.
above everybody.
Yeah, I'm
Except
in
for
Rhode
Brenda.
Island. Not you. I'm in,
Yeah, you're way up there. You're closer to heaven than what we are already.
yeah, you're probably more closer to Canada than I am, huh? There, Wisconsin boy.
But
I'm
depending on what
closer
part of
to
Canada,
heaven
because
than you
Canada
are.
is as long and as wide as the
It
United States. We're
It
just
is.
less
David.
populated.
You know?
David,
You
I'm
know?
closer to heaven than you are. You're way down there
It's
in
gonna be
New
nice and
Jersey.
sunny tomorrow, though.
Yeah.
Where
I'm
in New Jersey?
No,
Me,
I'm in
I'm from Rhode
Canada,
Island, bro.
British
I'm,
Columbia,
I'm,
Canada.
I'm in the smallest
What?
state. And sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you're in you're way okay, so you're way up there, so you may be closer to heaven than me.
Yep.
You're up there by Canada, right? You're not far from Canada.
I'm in New England, man.
Yeah. You're right
Yeah,
there.
that's
It's
not far
Rhode
from
Island,
Canada.
Connecticut, Mass, New Hampshire, Vermont, and then Maine.
Wrong side of Canada, though. You're
Yeah,
probably
You could
I
closer.
lived in Minocqua, Maine, and I used to. You guys, I've met some thick
How
ass
far?
friends, man.
How far
You
from
know,
Canada?
that's all they say. It's great, but yeah, and from Quebec, and yeah,
Yes.
it's crazy.
How far?
Canada's
What?
as big as the United States. So when you say how far from Canada, it depends on what part of Canada you're talking about.
Yeah,
The province
it's
I
a
live
very
in is about the size of 10 of your states.
yeah, you're probably like way over
All
there.
I
You're
want
way
you
like
to do
Vancouver.
when I ask you how far are you from Canada, all I want you to do is break that fucking Canadian line, and you're in Canada. So how far are you from Canada? When I
Me?
say how far are you, just cross the line to Canada.
Oh, I'd
close
say
part.
about 7 hours, depending which
Okay.
way I go. It could be 5, it could be 4. I don't, you know.
I
And then
think
he's on
Joe
the
Dirt's
shitty
about
side of Canada.
maybe 200 miles from Canada, right, Joe?
I'd probably go through Maine or New Hampshire. Yeah.
About 2 hours, you said, Joe?
Yeah, a little bit more, yeah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
I want to
Which
go
side
there,
do you
man. I want to
Yeah.
go to Canada, man. That would be awesome. But right
Western
now, I
or
don't think
Eastern?
so. It's terrible. It's like they just taking everything. Everybody's
No,
not worried
Western
about
or
Canada,
Eastern?
but it's coming here next. Just everybody, so everybody knows. You know, whatever happens in Canada, they're our brothers and sisters. So it's coming here too. Same thing in
Oh,
England and the UK. It's coming here too.
I have a,
it's
I
going
have a
everywhere.
question
That's
for
what's that.
I have a question for Cammy.
Oh. I
Cammy,
forgot your
do you remember Hudson Bay being as big as it is now? Like, is that a Mandela effect for you or not?
I remember it being different.
What?
Size-wise, it's relatively close, but the problem is all the land around it is rock.
Yeah. Yeah, to me, Quebec was somehow more west, and now it's all the way
Get
east.
this to
And I
show.
don't remember
I
it
want to
being
show Joe
like
something. Okay, let's see if I can get this to show. So I want to show Joe something. The other day, he was
Oh, cool.
asking for guesses for where I would think the Tower of Babel is, and I thought maybe here, where this strange thing is.
Is that the Eye of the Sahara?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
That
I
could be a candidate.
No, I never thought
That's
of
my best guess.
What is that?
that.
Where it's
What
located
is
is on the same
Eye of the Nile.
major continent as they would have been on. And then it's there.
What is it?
That's the Eye of Africa.
Mhm.
And what is supposed to show up there?
Well, Joe was asking for best guesses on where the Tower of Babel might
Is that
possibly be.
Atlantis?
Oh, okay.
Well, that's everybody's guess is Atlantis, but I'm guessing maybe Tower of Babel because by the looks of it, to walk around the whole outside of it could take 3 days,
Yeah.
especially in the desert heat.
There's this dude on YouTube that's talking about what you just showed, thinking it's the Atlantis. I think he was in the army or something. I forgot his name, but I think his name's
I think the
Patrick.
best way to
Actually,
hide it is to mislabel it.
yeah, but I don't know. He just went to Egypt and went to the Giza, whatever the frick it's called. I don't even know, but yeah, dude's very very intelligent. I don't know, but there's also a couple of places that people think that what you just showed. There's a few other places, you know, underwater. Or, who knows?
God says you can still see it to this day, though.
What do you
Wow.
think? I it looks pretty damn good, doesn't it?
He said he melted a third of the top, he sunk a third of the bottom, but the remaining 1/3 of the Tower of Babel is still visible to this day by the word of the Lord.
I never heard that. I never heard that till now.
Really? I think I've heard that before.
I haven't. Wow.
I just
It takes 3
So-
days to walk around it.
So 1/3 of the tower is still visible to this day.
To this day. Yep.
Wow.
and that could be in the air. It could be on feet. You know, you don't know. It's still visible though.
Yeah. Yeah, the middle third is still visible.
I hear that. Was that Africa? What was that? Because I hear people saying it was in Africa too.
Eye of Africa, Eye of Sahara, whatever you want to kind of call it. I think Eye of Africa would be more appropriate.
Yeah. That's beautiful,
The
man.
whole area just
That's-
looks so
I never
foreign
thought
to
of
me with
looking
all
at
the
the Eye of
names
Africa
now.
part.
I've never
I don't
seen that.
recognize
Yeah.
any of it.
I've never seen that in the scripture. I'm gonna look for that.
The other interesting thing in the area is instead of Gambia, it's now titled The Gambia.
Huh.
Yep.
Like I said, I believe you. If anything's changing, a lot of people think the devil is changing the Bible and everything. I think it's God. But if it is the devil, either way, God's letting it happen. So either way, he has a hand in it. And I don't know. I think he's trying to wake people up that read the Bible, or same thing with songs, movies, people in different genres, trying to get them to wake up. And
That
people
could
are
be
not.
why. That could be
Only-
why we're here. That
You know
would
what I mean?
explain-
It's not just the Bible. It's not. It's even the globe. Like in your classroom.
He said at the end of days
Yes.
he would open up all the books and you would actually understand them. At least some could. So when he means all the books, it's just not every book that you don't know. That includes the Bible itself. He'd make it understanding. So when he opens the books, it's just people will start to understand it if they seek and try.
Yeah, not just look at it like a movie or a little story or a tale, or like really seek and find. You're really looking for something.
I'm a very literalist. I mean, I believe every word in it, and no matter how ridiculous it might sound, no, the foolishness of the Lord is still greater than the wisdom of man. So I'll
Absolutely.
side with him.
Like I said, I'm not the greatest reader, dude. I like audiobooks, man.
Oh, I love
That's what I
reading.
do. But what I do is I take my Bible out and I do my finger, and try to read along, the best that I can,
I have to write it down while I'm reading, proofreading, because otherwise my mind wanders. And
gotta write.
if I write it down, then I can keep track of what's going on in the Bible.
Yeah.
But that's the way, and that I've been doing that for over 20 years, and I'm kind of just going through it all again. The Old Testament is a lot harder for me, except for I like Proverbs, but I get confused by a lot of the Old Testament.
See, I
still don't understand.
That would be great.
I don't understand blood
Samuel,
sacrifice. I enjoy the New Testament a lot more.
Genesis is awesome. Most people overlook it.
Yeah.
The New Testament as blasphemy. Is that what you're gonna say?
What? I missed something.
I was talking about Joe Dirt. I thought he was gonna say,
no,
"Oh, that's awesome. You read the New Testament."
I said, I like the Old Testament. I like Samuel, and I like the Kings. And,
Oh, I misunderstood you. Bad.
But one of my favorites is really Genesis, and most people overlook Genesis, but it has some of the best examples.
Yeah, the Old Testament is kind of like nobody even reads it anymore. Actually, I have the New Testament in my house. That's the only thing I can find.
I have to read it as symbolic. It's hard for me to read it literally.
No, I read it as literal.
You know where I gotta go? I'm gonna go to Savers and like the Will stores, man, and try to find me like an old Bible. Hopefully, you never know, or even a newer one. But you know what I mean? When you go to those like Salvation Army places, they got some good gems in there, man. I'm telling you, bro.
They're
like Goodwill stores.
In the Tynesdale publication, very hard to get. So if you try to look for anything, look for Tynesdale.
Look for what?
Tynesdale Bible.
Timesdale.
Hold on.
Awesome.
Joe, what do you think of the Nag Hammadi and the book? There's like the Book of Enoch and the Book of Mary and the Book of Judas.
Yeah, that thing's huge.
You think? Have you tried reading those? Yeah, I have the I have a life application. I have the same one. I got it. Joe, nice. I have the same one. I got the life application.
Right, made by Tynesdale.
Oh,
that's awesome.
Okay.
Because they're all worded differently.
Wow, that thing is huge.
No, it's just a normal size Bible.
Yeah, I got easy to read. least I got one. Yes.
I would bet that that's got to be the 100th Bible. I've read them a lot. Most
Yeah.
time I give them away to someone and they'll just buy another one.
You hungry over there, Pat?
Yeah. Yeah. Isn't it amazing? Isn't it amazing? Yeah. I got some munchies.
It's okay, buddy.
Like how much they fuck with you, like the demons out there try to get you to believe in something different, you know.
Who's the
And they always seem to want to talk. They always seem to want to talk to you to try to change your mind about Christ.
Yeah, Tinesdale.
You know.
That's
Yeah.
a good one.
Yeah, same one.
A good interpretation.
I have to look up here so I can read
Hold
it.
up, let me turn my sound up.
The screen is too little, but I've got a bigger screen above me. It's a few seconds behind, but
It was
at least I can see it.
Hey Joe, it's really hard to hear you.
I don't know. I'm talking pretty damn loud.
Yeah, I bet you are there in
Get closer to
Minnesota.
your microphone.
Here in Wisconsin, I can barely hear you.
Can't hear you. What?
Maybe it is better. I'll bring it closer, I guess. Oh,
That works.
all right. Now I gotta hold it.
No.
No, it's still the same. It's you don't have to hold it. I don't know why. He is just low. It's weird. Is your volume up or something? Maybe I don't know.
I think he's
Like,
just talking far away from the computer or something.
oh, because it was the same when he came to it.
He was a little low. It's
He's
supposed to
just
be
on
in
a
the
rock
same
right now.
Is mine really quiet?
You weren't loud enough that you have to
Oh, I
hold
can hear you guys just fine.
Okay.
Yeah, I can hear you too, man. It just seems like you're a little far away. That's all.
Yeah. I'm conscious, I mean, the boy's asleep and everything,
That's why he's being quiet on purpose. See, you don't get him. He's got the kids
If I was
sleeping.
over in the trailer, I'd be screaming.
Yeah, right. I gotta get some more wood.
Yeah, no problem. That's okay.
Well, hey, I'm glad that you're recovering, Patrick. I mean, that was pretty scary, and I know you still have to get through it, right? I mean, you're not like it's not totally recovered, right?
No, I'm far from it.
Far from. So you have to keep taking something. What's the main thing that's helping anyway?
Doxyline.
Okay.
It's like an antibiotic. I only got like 2.5 days left of it, and then I'm done. But
You're a
I hope they
warrior, bro.
Huh? Oh,
I said-
warrior.
You're definitely a warrior, bro. Because, dude, I just got over poison ivy, and not to itch that and touch it. I don't know how with yours. I can imagine, like the more you mess with it, probably yokes it up
Yeah,
more.
but-
I don't know.
If you
But-
scratch one time, you're done because it starts to spread from there. It's like now I got to
It's
itch
like-
here, now I got to itch here, now I got to itch here.
Yeah, that's. Oh man, I don't even know. I
I'm not
don't
gonna
know.
like what I have to say, but I know how to make the itching stop on your skin.
How?
Piss.
You need to go buy anti-itch cream It's most commonly used for women who have yeast infections so they don't have to scratch. It
Hey,
numbs it out and will make it go away.
give me it. Now that's what I would say.
I also recommend if you ever throw your back out, do not go buy the expensive muscle relaxants. Just go buy yourself some Midol. It is a muscle relaxant. It's exactly the same as a Robaxaset, sold under a different name, much cheaper price.
So
It will
buy
not
the
have
Midol
anything
or
extra in it. It's just, well, Midol's for pain. It's a good muscle relaxant, but what you need is the anti-itching cream, and you just put it on the skin. I wouldn't put it on your eye, but anywhere on your face would be just fine. And it'll just numb all the skin and make it stop itching. And it penetrates,
it's called,
so you don't want to.
where do I buy it though? I mean, what section?
A Walmart.
At a
Store?
drugstore in the ladies department.
Yeah.
And
And
if
it's
you
just
can't
called-
find it, you just
called
walk up and you ask the pharmacist for anti-itch cream for a yeast infection, and she'll assume you have a lady friend at home who has a yeast infection and sell you the cream. And
Yeah.
she doesn't have to know it's for your face.
Or you can tell her.
It'll
you
just
can
sound like
tell
you have a
her that
girlfriend.
You have one. You have a yeast infection, and yeah.
But
I'm just kidding.
there's two different things you can use. You can get the whole package that'll treat the yeast infection too, but it always comes with the cream that stops the itching.
Yeah,
But you
it's
just
kind of
need
like
the
it's kind of like that stuff that you put on your tooth when you have a toothache. It kind of numbs it. It's probably something like,
sort of. It works better than that.
oh shit. Then there you go, man. I would do it. I don't care.
I would just try some mud, man.
And it's a cream, so your skin will just absorb it and it won't
Yeah,
feel like you
Patrick's
got some
like
slimy
eyeing me
jelly
right
on it.
now. Look at him. Did he freeze? That's a good pic of him, though. He's handsome. Look at him.
Yep.
Is he frozen? I think he's frozen, though. That's a great pic of him. He's frozen. Look at him. You handsome fella. Oh, he left. He got... I love Patrick.
He's a good guy.
Yeah, he's a
Oh,
really good
there he
guy. man.
goes.
He's a good guy.
There's many different name brands of that cream because there's so many different companies competing for that market. So I could give him probably 5 or 6 names to get up here in Canada, but I don't know if you guys carry the same brands down there.
Pretty much.
I'm sure if
guarantee.
he walks into a pharmacist and asks the pharmacist for the cream to stop the itch for yeast infection, they'll sell him a tube of the cream and just assume he has an itchy girlfriend.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure most stuff that's in Canada is here, though, because, like,
Nah, we lose David.
Most, not all. It's a lot of it's different.
yeah.
Different
I
names,
think if
different
you say
brands.
there's like 5 of them, I'm pretty sure there's 1 here that he can get, or 2.
So
Joe left us.
Joe's freezing too. I think the lower connections might be crashing, or everybody's going to crash slowly. One of the two.
I don't think we are. Did Pre go to sleep?
Muted himself. It sounds like.
Oh, he's probably running. I'm here. I'm here. I'm in my car. It's raining out. It's great.
I came back in. I ran out of marijuana. I have to roll some more. Luckily, it's my Friday night, so I don't have to go to bed early. Yay!
Right?
Otherwise, I'd be riding the clock going, oh my God, it's 11 o'clock. Because the alarm rings really early and it just sucks. It's really interesting to look up and see myself a couple seconds behind.
I know. I hate the delay. It's weird.
It's,
I
yeah.
got booted.
Hey, you made it back. Yay, welcome
Hey,
back.
you sexy beast. As I have my finger in
Hey,
the camera.
did Joe and Derek got booted too?
Yeah, both of you
Really?
froze and then just disappeared.
Yeah, and then pre-dropped
On the
out.
bright side, both of you had really good pictures up until you disappeared. So good job.
Yeah, dude. Froze a perfect picture, Pat. I'm telling you, man. Perfect.
I'm never
really?
that lucky. I always get some fucked up picture where, like, you're right in the middle of
That's good.
speaking and say half your lip is lifted up and you got your eyes
Your
half
eyes
closed.
crossed.
And,
Yeah.
so it's like, oh, great. Why did that one stick for me? Everybody else gets a good one.
What was I doing?
Nothing, dude. It was just.
You were
It
just
looked
sitting
like
there.
you.
It was
I
an
thought you
actually
were
nice
just posing.
picture. You both actually got really nice pictures of just looking good. And I'm going, that's never fair for me because that never happens.
It was
You always
great.
end up.
No, dude, it was perfect, dude. You have to go back and watch it, man. That's all I can say. It was
Yeah,
perfect.
you'll be happy. It was, Both you and Joe got really good freeze still pictures that were just nice pictures.
Sometimes I
never
think
get that
Joe
lucky.
is.
How
It's
long
funny.
were we frozen?
Oh, geez.
I don't know.
I think we noticed for about 15 seconds. It might have been 30 seconds though, because it could have
Not,
been.
yeah, I was gonna say like 15 seconds, and then you bounced out.
Yeah.
And Joe
Joe
just
about
looks like the way he
20
does all the time. I didn't know
I
he was
know.
frozen.
He was just sitting there smiling, and then all of a sudden he disappeared.
Yeah, it was weird.
On the bright
It's
side, he
funny.
was just sitting there smiling, so he froze in a good position too.
And prelim got dropped out
Getting a
too.
good view of how to roll a joint. Look at that.
He's back.
You'll be experts in no time.
Yeah,
Absolutely already
just
is.
dropped. I don't know what happened.
My screen just went off without an explanation.
AI decided you were idle for too long.
Yeah, it's the AI.
She's listening.
So you
I'm
got
telling you.
kicked out.
Yeah, it just shut up. The whole thing
You
just.
said, hold on. You said she's listening. Is that what you said?
No, it
Or
just.
he's listening?
AI.
Screen froze.
The AI is controlling YouTube.
It's not a he or a she, or it's both he and she, or it's any of the 72 or whatever number there is now of sexualities they have out of there.
What?
A B G G
My
Y
head
Y.
hurts
ABQ.
trying to
Elementary.
remember them all. I'm like, seriously, I can account for a few. Like, there's boy, there's girl, there's both, and there's none. But those are the only ones I can account for.
When I was growing up, there was just boys, girls, and gay. That was it.
Well, yeah, but gay isn't changing your sex. Gay is your preference, and that's a completely different things. There's what your genetic makeup is, and then there's.
Oh, I'm sorry. I am a female, and I go by they.
Yeah. Well, that's just it. I'm like, they seriously want to ask everybody these questions now, and I'm like, okay, well, if they really want us to play this game, can we sign up to be like, sock puppets from Uranus who don't pay taxes here on Earth?
Exactly. They won't let you do that, though, right? They won't.
No, they don't want that. They told me no. I'm like,
But
because that's what I identify as. I identify as a non-tax-paying citizen. That's how I identify.
But if you jab yourself with needles and scalpels, and you have boobs and a vagina
that's allowed.
And a penis that turned into a vagina, you're good to go.
Yes.
Ready to roll.
Or if you decide you want to be a furry, or you decide you want to change your body and split your tongue and get tattoos and become a dinosaur, you're allowed to do that.
Absolutely. And I wanted to say that if anybody's out there that's going through that, I'm not hating on you.
No, we're I'm a little confused as to why they'd want to be that way. It's because I'd like to chat about it. I'm not down on it by any means. You do you, as long as you're not hurting anybody else.
Exactly. Don't put that on me. Don't push that on me. I don't care.
Yeah, it's going and trying to see if all the little children want to do it. Well, little children don't think about much of anything like that. And I think bugging any kid before 11 or 12 about how they feel about how their body is.
No, they're going at third
Until
grade.
11
They're
or
going at
12,
3
they
years
don't
old.
give a shit, and they'll ruffle and tumble and be about the same size, and they're the same thing at that point. Leave them alone, they're kids. And
Teaching
let
this
them be
in
kids.
kindergarten. They're teaching this in kindergarten, you know.
I know. I
And
couldn't
that's when I
believe
have
they're
a
actually
problem.
teaching.
That's when I have a problem. I don't have a problem with
My
that
kid was
or anything.
awesome. He luckily is an adult now, but what he went through in school back when he was going through school, luckily he was very open and shared everything with me. I was at that school every week, and he went to 5 different schools. We homeschooled for a while, and then he went into a special education school where it was very monitored.
Yeah.
And that's how he went to school, because like, holy crap. And I couldn't believe it then. And I fought it every step of the way, and I couldn't fathom having to do it now.
Yeah. See, I don't have a problem.
I don't know.
I don't have a problem with gay people. I don't have a problem with anybody. It's just
No.
when you start pushing it on me and the kids. And
Well, I do. I have a problem with one group, and I know I'm supposed to love everybody, but I'm having a really hard time with those, like, torturous, evil pedos.
No, I don't love those people
and-
either. Don't even get me started.
I'm not grouping the 17-year-old who is dating his 16-year-old girlfriend who just turned 16. They got mad because she was 15 last week. That's not who I'm talking about, because that is, to me, is not pedophilia.
That is, yeah.
I
That
wouldn't
is
want to
just
be.
putting innocent people in with pedophilia just to twist everything and make everything a little bit tainted. But that's so that people will feel sorry for some pedos. Therefore, all pedos have to be freed. And I can see why they're doing it. So we have to be careful with that one.
Yeah, you know what?
And
They've
another
added that to
thing
the
is,
marches with the Black Lives Matter. They had on the banner that pedo lives matter. And I'm like, you guys, did nobody see that?
Because
That was
that's what
really
it's
crazy.
about.
I've never seen that.
Hold
No,
on. That,
it's on the internet.
the other
You have
thing.
to look it up. They were going for all the different things, and one of the things listed was
no,
pedophilia.
Kimmy's right. Kimmy's right. Bree, listen.
Weird.
Black Lives Matters, the LBG community, they're all one. They're all one, dude.
Well, they're all funded by the same,
exactly. George
billionaire.
Soros and
Yeah,
Hillary
Soros.
Clinton and well,
and it's not everybody in the movement. I'm not shitting on anybody who actually believes in the movement for what it was legitimately intended for. I'm talking about what they're twisting it into. It's the same thing that the feminist
Right.
movement got twisted.
Right.
When it first started, it was
It's like a
great.
chain
But right now, it's a
reaction.
piece of shit.
Well, do you know
Um,
the person
they're
that
changing
started
it all.
BLM is a trained marksman? They're marksmen and they're women. She's a marksman. She was in prison and everything. She admits it on camera. Black Lives Matter is they're trained marksmen. That's what they do.
I think it's an extension of the
do
Black
that.
Panther movement.
It's all no.
So
Black
does
Lives to be real before I was born.
Black
They used to
Panther
be
group
real.
was a CIA / whatever group anyway. But mind you, so
Yeah,
was
exactly. It was realer back then, though.
Saddam Hussein. Worked for the United States government, was implanted to be the leader there, and then later on was murdered by them because he was useless after a while and knew too much information. And
But
so
they
the
made it
easiest way to
worse
deal with him was to get rid of him.
when they killed Saddam Hussein. They made the whole situation worse because he was ruling the division.
Oh,
He was
did they
trying to
kill him?
keep it under control between
Well,
the
of
three
course they did,
divisions.
but they didn't really give a shit because they need the world to be unstable. So they needed to do that anyway.
Yeah.
And
Well, when
he was
they put that
doing a lot of
TV
good there that they didn't like to publicize. He wasn't a great guy. I'm not saying he was, but they will never tell you about any of the good they do when they want to shit talk somebody, because that's just how they
Same thing
are.
with Hitler. Same thing
And
with
when they
Hitler.
come after
So
each
there's
and
this-
every one of us, the things they're going to say about us are going to be lies. And you guys are going to have to suck it up and deal with it, because everybody's going to believe it, because that's how this world works.
That's
And
what I.
nothing's going to be true.
Yeah.
and
You
it's
heard
not gonna
about
matter.
Hitler? You heard about
And what
Hitler
you're going to
trying
have to
do good
remember is
things?
what God knows about you. That's the truth. And that's the only thing you have to worry about. Everybody else's opinion is fucked.
It's a good point. Really. Yeah, because a lot of times I get
Yeah.
gnawed at by what other people think, and Really, I just want to focus on.
You don't want everybody agreeing with you. When everybody's agreeing with you, you're on the wrong path.
Right. Yeah, it's not like a contest of
Right. On
That's
this one,
actually
you're
your
right.
litmus test. If
approval
you
or
start
something.
having too many people agreeing with you and liking you, then you're going somewhere wrong.
I have to cut in for a second. As you guys were talking about stuff, it brought me to remembering this. You guys really got to watch what you sign at the hospitals now and stuff, because what happened to me is I got a letter in the mail. My doctor had told me that if I wanted to get on anything, for anxiety medicine, that I would have to see a shrink. So the doctor sent me to a shrink that's inside the hospital building. And so this doctor kept prescribing like medicine for seizures and stuff like that. Not anxiety medicine. They don't prescribe that anymore because it's a drug like oxycodone and all that. That's in the same category, I should say. So they don't prescribe that anymore. So they prescribe stuff that's meant for something else that you could use for anxiety medication. So, but anyways, getting around that point is what brought this letter, and the letter basically says that I'm basically signing my rights away when I sign this letter for this guy to treat me, because it says that he can treat me in all sorts of ways, medication, like some kind of therapy with muscles, locking you up in a padded room. I'm not kidding. I'm not kidding you guys.
Oh, I can believe it.
I normally don't read this shit. I just fucking go ahead and sign it. But I started reading
Read
stuff,
everything. Read
because
everything. I started reading everything.
In this letter, it basically says, I have received, read, and understood the information on informed consent for treatment contained in the brochure entitled Informed Treatment, Consent, and Rights. I understand that I have to
lock you away if you get out of hand.
Right, and it says that this contract is good for 15 months. I can put in writing if I ever want to cancel this. I put in writing and send it in, and it's canceled. But I'm not allowed to cancel it in the middle of treatment. So if they wanted to send me away somewhere, I am in the middle of it, and I cannot go back and get out of this.
You gotta cancel it now.
Don't sign it. That's my recommendation.
I'm not. Oh hell no! I'm not signing this.
Are we in China?
Because I understand that if I refuse to give this consent to treatment, I cannot be treated. So
I know they're
what kind of decision?
A lot of people.
Wow.
They're not giving you any decision here. It's either their way or no way at all.
Give up your rights. That's what they're trying to get you to do. Give up your rights.
So they can lock my ass away if they want to.
I would talk to a legal professional about that.
There's nothing you can do. This is the way the
There's-
system
yeah,
is
that's-
going to be.
There's nothing, that you're gonna see that's any different. We got new terms of service with our bank here. In the bank statement, it says that they can usurp your bank account and close it down and keep the funds at any given moment in time for all sorts of said reasons, but one of them being that the bank deems you mentally unfit. How would a bank deem you mentally unfit?
Right.
They're not
They're going
qualified.
in that direction. It's coming.
They can also do it if they don't like your investment strategies. Like, it doesn't even have to be illegal. If they don't like the companies you're investing in and think that it's bad investments, they can just close your bank account and keep your funds. What?
Yeah.
I was like, I can't believe we have to deal with this bullshit, but this is the shit because everybody's such a pussy. They are so wanting safety. They're giving up all their rights to get safety because they're scared of a microscopic thing they can't see that they're being told is here. And they keep being told these incredible numbers. And I was listening today about them describing it. And they were talking about how now around 200,000 people have died in India. And I'm going, you do realize the population of India, right?
Yeah.
The comparison of, okay, yeah, you have a lot of people sick, but if only 200,000 people have died and your
I don't even
population
believe that.
is in the billions, what percentage is that actually? A really tiny percent.
Yeah, I don't believe that shit for one fucking
And
moment.
if you're going by their numbers, it's still less than 1% by a lot. Now, that doesn't qualify to me as a demic of any kind. If it's killing less than 1%. And it's had a year and a bit to do this now. So that's
Even what it's
Very
killed in the United States, that's not even considered that.
when I noticed that they're showing all these things and they're prepping the ER and shit, they show one person really sick, but they never have like the overflowing rooms that they keep saying that they're worried about or that they're having. The few times they've tried to show that, well, they were clearly dummies.
It's still
But-
it's 2 years. It's coming. It's
Well,
coming.
and don't get me wrong, there is something here. It is making people sick.
Oh, but
It's
I'm
got
talking
really
about the
bad
overflowing.
flu-like symptoms, and it's got about the death rate of a really bad flu. And I don't think that should close everything, but that's my personal opinion.
I'm talking about for the last 2 years they've been saying it's coming, the filling of the hospital rooms. And now we're getting
Well,
into the
something's
age
coming.
where it's going to be true.
Something's
it-
coming. I mean, we've had lots
gotta
of
be
things coming,
true.
but what it is everybody's out of the way and they can push through everything that everybody didn't want. Do you remember there were picketing over pipeline restrictions here in Canada and in the United States over the oil line pipelines going in? While this is happening, you betcha all of those pipelines went in.
Oh, something's
Yeah.
coming. Yeah, of course. But I think
Everything that they were having us fight against, I think, probably got the foundation laid for. The fat tax sure went in. Like they're just pushing through all
they're
the
doing
stuff that
everything.
we all would normally be against, and we can't go to the city meetings and speak out in our groups and whatnot because you can't gather that many people together, and nobody can even go to church to get together to find out what they're doing in local communities and shit because
Yeah,
construction
you're right.
is
Listen.
everywhere.
Tammy, do you notice I swear around here anyway, for the past, since this has happened, I've seen him working on bridges, putting up
Road
all
bridges,
kinds of
there's
things on
laying
poles.
shit underneath the roads, and I think that's so that we can't.
I'm serious. They're working
People
on
wanted to
bridges.
rip down towers and
5G,
shit, so they're putting
you
all their
name it.
shit underground.
I'm telling you.
Can't tear it down.
Who cares about the pandemic? We know it's not real. I haven't seen anybody that's sick or died in front of me in a whole
I'm
year.
not even worried
No,
about 5G. We've already figured out how to block that, so that's not even a concern for me anymore. Because if they
I'm
start
not even
trying to
really
target
worried
people,
about.
we know how to get rid of
I'm
that
really-
too.
You can't worry about 5G because it's coming anyway. 4G's in our hand right now. In my hand right now. I got 4G
There's
in my
that
hand.
6G in the
Can't-
works for anybody who is like
No.
freaking out over 5G. 6G is already planned on being rolled out already.
Oh, it's already made.
They're
It's
already-
ready.
Yeah, they're where they're at and where they tell you they're ahead are way two different things. Like we're told that roughly they're 50 years ahead in technology. I would assume they're more like several hundred years ahead in technology. And they're soft releasing it out to us because we don't
Absolutely.
wait to have it.
I mean, look at the pyramid, the Gizas. I mean, come on. That thing was an energy. And it's in line
It's
with
a
all
lot
the
of things.
stars. And, I mean, come on.
It's a lot of different things that most people don't understand. And we don't even have a rough idea, really. And I don't even think they have a full idea of what it is. I think they know some of the things that it does. And
And that's why they got to make us seem retarded. They make us retarded and fight against each other because
But
you're
those
right.
who know how it works are
Exactly.
being released because they're stupid. And they've been contacting them to get all this information and technology to jump this far ahead.
Get
and
the full armor of God.
Sadly, that's, oh yeah.
That's how you have to try. You know,
And
that's
be
the only way
ready to
to get
see
out of it.
everything that you ever thought was incredible out of the Bible is coming.
And that's
And
what yo.
you're either
It's
going to
not
be
even
ready for
funny.
it or you're not. But people like don't understand when they say men's hearts will fail in fear.
The
It's
baddest
because
of
they're
the
not ready
baddest.
to see what's coming back
baddest- the
because
baddest
it's going
dudes
to look
will
scary
fall.
to some. I think some of it's going to be cool. I mean, I've always wanted to see some of the shit that was in the Bible. Like,
Right? No, I know we
sounds
are.
really
You
cool.
know, it's so scary.
It's scary.
I'm getting
Don't get me
goosebumps.
wrong. Have total respect for it because it's going to be able to kill you most of the time. But on the bright side, some of these things are going to be so big, you're going to see them from a while away. So, like,
Everything's happening over and over again. Just like they infected, remember the hybrids? They started sleeping with women because they love their long hair and other.
Well, the
Look
giant
what's happening now. Look what's happening now with the jab, bro. This is the same thing. They're infecting us to be
Like that, wait for
something
them
that
to
we're not.
activate it, 'cause
And he's gonna
it's a
have to not do
multi-stage
the
event here.
flood.
You're having an activation now, and there's some people reacting to it. But
Yeah.
that's not where the major issue is going to be. That it's
It's not gonna
actually
be a flood. He promised he'd never flood again. It's gonna be
no.
fire.
Well, they're gonna try and flood
Oh.
some, but there's not enough water actually on the earth to actually flood the whole earth, which is where they're gonna
Hey.
fail.
He could do it if he wanted to, but he promised not to. He said
No,
it's
God
gonna be
can.
fire.
I'm saying man is going to try and fake it, but there's not enough actual water on the
Oh.
earth to flood the whole earth. So
Oh,
that's why
absolutely.
they will fail. Because even
absolutely.
if they melt every cap on the planet, there's going to still be land poking out. So everybody needs to calm down a little bit about that because they keep explaining how everybody's going to be water world. And I'm like, no. I'm like, it's going to be sucky with a lot of coastlines going and we'll have new coast and blah, 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 blah.
I
But
don't believe,
you're going to have Earth still. So it's okay.
you
And
know what sucks though? I watched this YouTube video. I mean, this YouTube channel. I forgot what his name is. Damn it! I'm gonna have to post it at some point. But he posts everything. He gets all these videos around the world. They're like fish dying, birds dropping, all this weird stuff going in the sky, all the like mountains collapsing, and it makes me sad because I know some of it's real. I don't know if all of it is because of what they're doing with the weather when they're spraying and using those jet engines, cloud seeding, and using those electric shits they got in Alaska or wherever it is. You know what I mean? An acre of it blasting shit into the atmosphere. It's messing up everything. That's why all the birds are dying, the bees. That's why I'm looking at all the trees around me and they look dead before they even started. And it's sad.
yes, but even that they're doing all of that, but when the time comes for
still
all of
not
that
enough.
to stop, it's going to be able to stop really easy. I mean, there's so many different ways to stop it right now. I mean, if the sun fucking burps in the wrong direction towards us, she can take out everything electronic on the
I don't
planet
think that will happen though.
for 2-3 years. That's almost happened the other day. It missed us by 9 days. It happened 100 and something years ago. We didn't have so much technology then, so it wasn't such a big deal.
Yeah.
But we're just approaching the most active session the sun's had in a very long time, since
I
about
don't believe that the sun's gonna fall or I don't believe
It's
that.
not going to fall. She just has to have a burp. It's a plasma storm that happens in a spot on the sun, which just sends a little whip out, but that whip sends a whole bunch of energy that fucks with every electronic system on the planet, and
Like
it'll fry it out and kill everything, and we'll have to make it over from scratch.
a sound wave type thing. Boom, 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 boom.
Sort
Like
of, except for it's an electromagnetic pulse.
Oh, and it will
But
fry everything.
it will last days, which is why it'll fry everything, because like things are shielded somewhat, but the only things that'll survive are, and there'll be no grid for it to work on, like you'd be able to save your cell phone from dying by having it in a microwave for the entire time it's happening, if you're smart enough to have one set aside in an old microwave, because it's got the shielding to protect. But all their towers are going to be fried, so what good is having a cell phone if there's no service?
Exactly.
So
maybe pictures.
I'm like, if you've got certain programs on there, like a compass program and whatnot, so you can use your cell phone as a compass, then as long as you can keep it charged, you've got something you can use as a compass to give you direction, and a flashlight. Maybe play the music
I got that. I got a compass on my flashlight, and it's
games that you have loaded on your phone will work. And it's just but that's about it. It'll be a useless piece of whatever. Won't be very handy for you for the next little bit. And anybody who has camping skills will survive. And a lot of these sad people who rely on all their technology will die. Yeah. Anybody with a pacemaker, anybody with all the electronic shit to keep them alive.
Yeah.
It's like, I have a really hard time with that, knowing that that's going to happen, because I know it's going to happen somewhere along there.
It will eventually. Just how
and we're overdue. Sort of like how they keep talking about certain earthquakes being overdue, but they're trying to put pressure on the plates to do that too, which is interesting, because I'm also watching the planet react in interesting ways, like Yellowstone's activating instead, which sounds really scary, because Yellowstone's a super volcano and it's what made North America. And so by technicality, if it goes off too big, it can destroy everything in North America. But
can it really? Do you think?
Oh yeah. It can take out the planet for a long time, because if that thing goes, it'll block out the sun for about 5 years if it goes big. But it can do anything from ooze and seep, which isn't going to do much besides create more land.
It is huge, though.
But it's huge, but it's activating right now. But that's also something that can happen and have earthquakes with an active sun, because that's how it happens, is more volcanic shit happens and shit. It's just you don't want the big one to go off, but you almost want it to ooze then if you don't want the big one to happen, because it needs to relieve pressure, or you're going to have a big one. So multiple small oozing events are actually pressure releases for the most part. So just because it's rumbling doesn't necessarily mean bad thing. It's if you see it spiking off the charts, you might want to fucking run. But I live too close. If it's going to go off big, I'm just screwed. But most people.
Do you think they blow up in the sky? I don't know what to think. I don't know. A lot of people talk about volcanoes, like Joey Rocha. Everybody's saying it doesn't blow up and da da da. I don't know what to think. I can't say anything. Also, I know they look hot, and I wouldn't want to have one roll on my house.
No, well, that's the thing. They can do all sorts of different things. They don't always blow up. They do everything from ooze, and they cave in on themselves, and they fill up with water. They explode if they fill up with water, because the steam pressure, and that's dangerous. That's the shit it does on Hawaii a lot.
Yeah.
But that's because a lot of ocean water and shit. But it just all depends on where you're at and what it can do. I mean, there's some volcanoes that glow blue. There's some that glow orange. Some are like, they're just, it's the shit that made the planet. It's the sort of like the blood and lava is the basics of life for planets, because that's what gives us the land gives us where we can live. And it's reshifting and creating all the time. That's why when everybody talks about the shape of the planet, I'm like, well, it's whatever we need it to be. It shifts all the time. I mean, it splits apart, it makes new land, some drops off into the sea, it's.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
What shape is the planet? Because
We
it
have
can
no
change
idea.
shape all the
Nobody
time.
knows.
Those
I
that
don't think
do are
it's a
keeping it a
ball.
secret. The pilots aren't actually allowed to explain the shape of the planet. It's a part of their pilot license. They will have their license stripped if they tell people what they see when they're flying.
Yeah,
That
I
makes any difference. So if you want to really know what shape the planet is, you must get your pilot's license.
yeah,
And
I
you
don't
don't
even
have to
think
own a plane, just
that
get your
it,
pilot's license, because then you get to go up and see, pretty much.
yeah. Even then, I don't know. I don't think you can go high enough to see it.
If you can
I
get
don't
a
know.
good pilot's license.
All I know is we're not on a ball spinning in some magical place somewhere. That's all I know. That's my belief. You know, it could be
Well,
flat. It could be rocky
I
flat.
doubt
It
the
could be a
spinning the
piece
way
of
that they're
pizza.
describing it, just because if they were doing it at the speed they say we're doing it at, as far as I know, the understanding of gravity, all the water on the planet would be on the outer edge of our atmosphere, stuck to the outside,
Yeah,
because
with 1,000 miles an hour and freaking yeah.
when I spin a bucket way less speed with water in it, the water stays on the outside edge of that circle that I'm making, because that's where the gravity is pulling hardest. So why would that not be the same on the planet, unless it's not just gravity? And we're also talking electromagnetism, which makes total sense, because everything on the planet has carbon in it, which
Yeah,
can be electromagnetic. And so all you
absolutely.
need is an electromagnetic core at the center of the earth, or wherever it is, the bottom, wherever it is underneath the ground, and you're stuck to it because it's holding you down.
Yeah. I don't know. That's the thing. We don't that's the thing we don't know.
And
But
when
we
I
know,
listen
like
to
you
everybody
said,
go, well,
everything
they've
has
proven
carbon.
gravity, I go, well, show me where they've proven gravity, because every time I look it up, it says it's a good working theory. And that means they haven't proven
No,
gravity.
I think there is. I think like the best way I can explain it. Well, the best way I'm gonna say it. Actually, I can't even say it. But Bob, Bob's from Globebusters said there is. Um. Oh man, I just lost the word. Gravity, but it's not the way they tell us the way it works. There's gravity, but the way they're telling us it works is the wrong way. I don't know, but yeah, I don't
Well,
know.
I
I'm
also like
looking
to
into
point out all
everything.
those places on planet Earth where gravity works backwards and things roll uphill and water runs
Oh
uphill in
yeah,
some
I've seen
places.
those videos. I just
And
don't. I never been there, so I
I know
take
a
it
few
as a
people
grain of
who
salt.
were curious. And so one guy I know who's near one in Brazil actually traveled there, I think about 6 hours. And his car rolled uphill.
Yeah, dude, I've seen that.
And
That's
to prove it, he put his car in neutral
well, maybe
and
not that.
showed that
Yeah,
it stays neutral when he gets out. And then he parked on the hill at the bottom, put his car in neutral, got out, and his car rolled up the hill, and he just walked beside his car to prove that he wasn't there doing anything to make it roll up the hill. It rolled up the hill. And he
did you
proved
see
with the
that
level
one?
that it
And
was uphill.
I think it was here in the United States. It was in the cemetery. I don't know if that was fake, but this part of the cemetery you go, it did the same thing. You would go up, but you couldn't go up anymore, and it was weird. I've seen videos like that. I don't know if they're real, but I don't know.
So
But
that one made me believe it more when I saw that it got tested by somebody I trust to actually do the test and prove it. He put out a level and proved that the ground was going uphill. And
yeah,
I'm like, okay, well, like, did all the things to prove to everybody, yes, this is a hill. Yes, it's going up.
yeah, it's
So that
crazy.
was one of the debunking things, is that it looked like it's going uphill, but really it's sloping downhill. And so they're like, okay, well, let's get a level and find out.
Yeah, right.
And
That's
no, it's
crazy.
going uphill. And yeah, there's just lots of really weird little places. The
Heard
Bermuda
Dave
Triangle, where
Paulides.
nothing likes to work.
Have you ever
That
heard
sounds
of
like
Dave
a pleasant
Paulides?
place to visit. Heard of what?
Dave Paulides,
Heard about him, yes, but have I watched much of
411.
anything? No.
You got to check him out. His books. I mean, not just his books, but he has YouTube. They're missing people that go missing. I mean, these people don't. They just disappear. There's the hound dogs can't smell them, can't track them. They're never seen again. Nothing. And if they do, they ended up being found where searchers searched already naked, and they die of what's it? You know, when you're out in the cold too long, and
Exposure,
yeah,
hypothermia.
yeah.
Yeah, well, that's because they were taking places and had things done and weren't supposed to live.
But there's no reason why they died. They can't explain how they died. Nothing.
Nope.
They can only come up with hypothermia. That's it. It's
Well,
crazy.
first of all, you have doctors that are in on
Right. He's an
bad
ex-cop
practice
for
and are
20
willing to
years.
cover up.
This guy knows
Yeah,
his
but the
shit.
cops listen to the doctors because they take him to a doctor and ask the doctor, how did he die? And so they
Oh
get
no,
that
he's
from
just
the
pulling
doctor.
these out of papers and just researching himself. I mean, like,
Well, I know, but that still comes from a doctor. All autopsies are done by doctors. So they're done by somebody who's already in a profession where they might lie because their profession
absolutely.
is based off of witchcraft and being detached from your patients because they can't care about you because it would be too hard on them to do their job if they cared about you.
Yeah,
So
but
they
you got to
can't
look
care
into
about
this, though. You look into it when you get a chance. It's crazy. This one
you.
kid
Blue.
was his head
Are
was.
you sad,
Oh,
Pat?
got the,
You're blue.
huh?
Pat is blue.
Who's blue?
Look at Pat.
Yeah, he is blue. What happened?
I don't know. Maybe he's sad. He's blue.
Oh,
he's
he's
red.
got the new. Oh, it's the new setup. That's right. I forgot about that. I was
Like,
gonna
he's
say, dude, it's
sad,
not
he's
daytime
blue.
there yet. You're only an hour behind me, right? An hour ahead. Hour behind. What time is it there? It's
For
gotta
me?
be 2. For you? Yeah. What time is it there for you?
Oh God, for me it's 11:49. I'm on the
Oh.
West Coast. That's what I said.
Oh.
Just because I'm in Canada doesn't mean I'm really close to any of y'all.
I
So
guess
unless
so.
you're on the West Coast,
Yeah, it's
that is a big country.
It's 2:54 a.m. here for me.
You're closer to Brenda.
Yeah.
It would be 1:49 at Brenda's, which I think then it would be 1:49 at Pat's because I think him and Brenda are the same.
At good old East Coast. But yeah, no, if you look at DePlazo, this guy is genuine. He's not a piece of poop, you know. Like, I think he's genuine
My
to work.
issue is I work full time.
Yeah, I
And
hear ya.
then I have to do shit at the house. I barely get to do shit. Like when I come on to these streams and shit, I end up eating my night away and I go, crap, I should have done like 5 things.
Yeah, I know. I do the
Now,
same thing.
realistically, I'd get about 3 out of the 5 done because, well, you know, get 60 to 80% done, you're doing good.
But I love you guys. They gotta come on, you know.
But yeah, I wanted to show Joe,
most of
I
these,
guess.
I
I
just
wanted
gotta,
to hear, Pat, did you ever get a hold of all those people for your ID and shit?
I just want to say one thing. The most
There's
people
a
that
nice-
go missing are in national parks. And that's crazy. But that's it. That's
National
all I want
parks
to
and
say.
national parks because they're hiding secrets there. That's why they won't let anybody build there and they won't give up the property because there's shit there.
Listen.
That usually
Take all the
concerning
best
areas where you're
Guys,
not supposed
you
to
don't,
go.
you don't,
All the best.
you don't think SSI and all that shit gave a fuck last time. Now it is unbelievable. You can't even get a hold of a fucking agent anymore. They have fucking the SSI building in town here. The office. They have the doors locked. You can't get in unless by appointment only. You try to call them on the phone to make the appointment, and it's a recording, and it never lets you get to the point where you can either talk to somebody or leave a message. It ends up hanging up on you. It's like there's no fucking way I can get through to them. So
That
I'll try again tomorrow, but
sucks. Yeah,
this
keep
is
trying.
ridiculous.
Here we have a system. You can climb the chain of command pretty much. I tend to, if I have a hard time getting a hold of somebody, I'll climb to the top part of the chain because there I can get a hold of a secretary to somebody who will leave a message and whatnot. And usually they're pretty fucking helpful. Ours, of course, is really easy to get a hold of because they've pretty much made it 1-800-O-Canada. So you just pretty much type in 1-800-Canada or something like that. And you get a hold, yeah, and you get a hold of actual lady who will answer the phone, and she gave me phone numbers to people who would actually answer their fucking phone instead of machines. Because I told her, I said, I'm at the time I was dealing with my son's father had died, and so I'm technically a widow. And when I was calling the widow's pension office, they told me that they couldn't deal with me because they can't deal with people who are crying, to wait until I was emotionally stable to contact them, and hung up. And so I called up the Canada number and I said, can I lodge a complaint, because this is the widow's pension office I'm trying to get a hold of. So these are people who have recently just lost someone they loved, and the lady doesn't think that she needs to deal with people who are crying. Well, anybody who's not crying over the loss of a loved one should probably not be getting money.
like Robbie Parker.
Like, what the fuck? Isn't that like the key part of your job? At that point, would be you're going to be dealing with people who are upset and crying.
Y'all
That
know
would
who
just be
Robbie
a given about that job. That is your job. People have just lost a loved one and they need to contact you because they don't know what the fuck is going on and they need it all sorted out. And she was like, actually, yeah, that actually sounds like the key part of her job. And I went, I know. And I said, I don't understand. I wasn't yelling. I wasn't swearing. She just was upset that I was emotional, and that, like, what the heck? Like, are you kidding? That my son's father just passed away and I should not be upset. What the fuck was wrong with that lady? I don't know. But I ratted her out to the head people up at the top end of our government and lodged a complaint. So, and I did say I don't want her fired or anything like that. I'm not, just shooting out for her or anything, but she might need some sensitivity training and to figure out what her job title is, because that's wrong. She thanked me for being nice about it and alerting it to her attention, because they had no idea that was going on. But most people won't call those numbers. They just, when they deal with it, they'll just get fed up and walk away.
Yeah, you don't need anybody like that working.
And our problem is here in Canada, if you want something, that you can get a lot of stuff done. I mean, we have a lot of cool things. Our healthcare system, kind of sucky, kind of good. I mean, it really is nice that you can just walk into any hospital if you're having life or death issues and they'll treat you.
Oh, same thing here.
Really awesome. You won't get a big bill at the end of it.
Get a big bill here.
You won't get a bill here. If you're a Canadian citizen, no bill.
Yeah.
You get a letter in the mail asking you if you went in for that treatment, and if so, the Canadian government will cover it for you. They just don't want someone faking being you and using your medical to get treatment. So, did this really happen to you? If so, please tick off all the things you agree with and send it back and sign, and they pay for it.
That's awesome.
Everybody's like, what? I go, well, that part's really cool, but imagine we're like fairly taxed through the nose. And to get any sort of anything here, our government is really fond of forms. And by forms, like, you guys have forms, but we have forms. They'll send you a 10-page form and you send that in, and then they'll mail you more forms to fill out. Now that you filled out those forms, now that passes you to fill out these forms. And you jump through hoops for sometimes 6-8 months.
So we both got our pros and cons then.
Oh yes, but what it is it's weeding out those that don't really need it that badly, because a lot of people will get frustrated and give up and find another means of getting whatever it is they wanted. And if that was the case, then you didn't really need this money.
Yeah, if it was up to me, I wouldn't have any health care. I only go, like, the only time I ever go to the hospital unless I really, 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 really need to.
Well, that's exactly. I haven't been to a doctor in forever, which is why my doctor walked out on me. I went in after I hit the hospital to go get a real checkup, And she told me, I haven't seen you in 5 years. You can't be that sick, and got up and walked out.
Yeah.
I'm like, I just left the hospital because I was hemorrhaging and I'm still bleeding. Could you care that could die a little bit? Like,
I don't like
So I
that.
yelled at her on my way out of the office and told her this is why I don't trust fucking doctors in front of all of her patients. I'm sure she loved it. And then went to the walk-in clinic the next day and saw a real doctor who actually took me seriously and
Yeah.
sent me to all the specialists. I could figure out what the hell was going on. But that was a fun time. Like, I, in the matter of 9 days, had been in the hospital, not looked at or treated seriously, and slapped a mask on, of course, while I was fucking passed out and could hardly fucking do anything. I was trying to keep conscious and waited for some blood tests to come back. And that was how they looked at me. They drew blood out of my arm and then sent me home based on the results out of the blood in my arm, not the blood. They didn't check to see where I was bleeding from or how heavy or like none of that. Just her blood work looks okay, send her home. And I'm like, I can't fucking stand up. Like, that's
Yeah.
not okay.
Sometimes
My
it's
tail
not
is all
all.
sick.
Sometimes it's not all in the blood either.
Yeah. And I bled for 9 days and it cost me like $100 to keep it under control.
Oh, they missed it. One of the two.
Well, they didn't look.
Maybe that too.
They didn't give me an exam at all. They only took blood work.
And then who knows how long your blood work was sitting there to even get looked at. So yeah, that sucks.
I was in and out in a matter of an hour and a half. They didn't want me there at all. But that's the treatment I kind of receive.
That's the way my mom
Everywhere I go since I was a little kid.
Yeah.
And didn't pass whatever test I was being tested for at 6 years old, where I was held in the hospital for 6 months while they were testing me. And I remember very quickly while I was there how to fail all the tests. So I just did that because I learned early on you don't want to be good at anything they want you to be good at. So whether I could do it or not, I couldn't do it. And they found out I was left-handed and sent me back. And yeah, I don't know. There's a lot of things.
The worst thing I've ever seen is how old people get treated in nursing homes. And
yes.
I thought it was better than that.
Don't send anybody to a nursing home if you cannot take care of your loved one and you need them to get actual real medical care. Send them on cruises for the rest of their life. They have better doctors, better meals, entertainment, things to see, and you have an excuse not to see them because they're off on a cruise somewhere.
I put my mom there. I didn't put my mom there. My older sister did because she had. There's nothing I could have done. But
the next best thing you can do is try and get as many visits in as possible.
Oh, I was there every day, so they didn't fuck with my mom.
Yeah, so that you can
I was there every day.
On her.
Yeah, so they didn't mess with my mom, but I seen what they did to other people, and it's so grating and sad. It's like, go get another fucking job.
They wouldn't be doing it to anybody while I was there. That's the sad part, is I'm just as protective of other people's grandmas and children as I am my own.
It made me so mad because it's like, why did you pick this job? You can't even handle it.
Most of them do it for the money. Almost all of the doctors now are in it for the money, which is why the medical field is corrupt. I don't believe when the doctors first wanted to actually heal people that they went into it for the wrong reasons. It's sadly something that corrupts people, though, so it's corrupt now. But the doctors of old, and I'm sure we've all had them, our old doctors from when we were kids actually would care about you enough that they would actually help you. And you can't get that kind of care now.
Nope. And I'm only 35, and I had good care like that when I was a kid. When I was like 11, 12.
It wasn't as corrupt as it is now. Now, don't get me wrong. There were still bad doctors, and they were still guilted into doing the shots and all the things that were bad. But they didn't believe they were bad. They actually thought they were good.
They were doing good. Exactly. Yeah, that's the thing. They're just brainwashed.
More things are done out of ignorance than are done out of willful meanness on this planet. And you really need to start looking at most people like they're just ignorant. And even the ones that are being super mean, instead of hating them,
from a lack of knowledge.
I look at it more like pity them because they are possessed by demons that I wouldn't want to have to deal with, obviously, because look, I can't stand you. So I now have way pity because I know that that's not what that person actually is or was. That's just who they are now because they've accepted so many demons as their own.
Yeah,
That
and believe it or not, you too. We all have been there.
oh yes, I
No,
still wrestle with my demons. I'm not going to tell you that I don't.
No,
I have days where I can't get the thoughts in my head to shut the fuck up.
It sucks. I know the
But I
feeling. Trust me.
do not give up. That's where the difference is you don't have to win every battle. You have to not give up.
That's
Because every day you get up and start again and have a new battle. And some days you win really good. And it's the key is not to give up because it's that giving up and giving in that's going to.
Yeah, I've been giving up sometimes.
Well,
Yeah, it's hard.
Yeah.
It really is.
Well, you can slip. There's slipping and failing, and that's
like,
life lessons.
I pray all the time. I'm like, it's hard to die to this world. This is all I know. I've been tricked my whole life. But
when you get that slap in the face, that's how you know you've fallen off the path a little bit, and you got to lead back into the path a little.
Exactly, and I don't want to use that as an excuse all the time either. That's not an excuse. Yeah,
No?
you know you've been tricked now. Now get back on your horse and keep going. Now, I don't want to hear you bitch about it. You know, and it's just so hard because
it's not even just bitch about it. It's learn what you were supposed to learn from it, or you'll make that mistake again. Because you can't move forward until you've figured out whatever it is that made you stumble to fall into that path in the first place. Because it's always usually misguided. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. Nobody plans on anything. I mean, the people who made frickin' nuclear radiation weren't planning on hurting anybody, even though you can from it. Or the atom bomb even wasn't really invented for what it's good for. But that's what we use it for because, well, we're twisted as all crap. But that's what we do with everything.
Yeah, we mess up everything, right?
We have the ability to shoot plasma lightning down and kill people at a drop of a hat, and yet they won't give out free energy. That's what pisses me off.
And free energy has been around since.
Free energy has been around forever. You can find plans for it all over the web. They keep taking it down, but it'll live forever because everybody's got a whole bunch of copies of it. And anybody with any electrical experience will be able to replicate it. The other thing I'd like to point out is anybody with electrical experience can probably verify that they mess with the power amplification modulation at the pole so that it doesn't jive with the shit in your house, so that you use about 4 to 10 times more energy than you need to run most of the shit in your house just to eat up electricity bills.
Like,
and most electricians,
what do you mean, like grounding it in a certain way, and then get more power?
There's a pulse that they tweak to make it be like, you know how you need 12
more power than
you actually can do it in 4 if you have them modulated correctly.
Because my buddy's
was an electrician who is on. He had a very heavy, I think, German-ish, European-ish accent, who showed people how to do this. He goes, "I just do this at my house," and he tweaked his thingy so that it would modulate with the shit in his house, and then his amperage went down to you needing 4 to run everything instead of 12. And he goes, "This way my bill's like a third of the cost."
I believe that. It's the same thing with the internet speeds. They mess with that too. So
they mess with everything. And you betcha, all of those really rich people who have hundreds of billions and trillions of dollars, their houses are wired properly. They're not being built the way we are.
I hope not.
You could just have free energy. I mean, shit. Our province paid for a company to make a product called Solar Roadways, and they actually have them out. The website is now Solar Frickin' Roadway because they got really pissed off. But after they invented the product, it worked so good that if they paved the roads with it here, it would run enough power to feed all of Canada and feed into the United States a whack ton of energy because it creates it free out of the sunlight that would naturally hit the roads.
I think they took Tesla's shit and ran with it.
And this was many years ago. And so the people, of course, paved their driveways with it. It's got an LED screen on each panel so that when animals walk across the road, it lights up so that you can see the animal. People walk on it, of course, it lights up, but it can also be used to show the road lines. And when there's an accident, it'll warn you an accident up ahead, slow down. Like it's got all these different things programmed into it, and they wouldn't instill it here because there would be no excuse for them to charge for electricity, and the power companies here had an absolute fit, and so the project got shut down instead of installed. And so now the only people who have it are people who are rich enough to be able to buy it themselves, because you can buy it on the internet. That's what the people did with it, because they invented it. They want something for it. But
Also, you
like
gotta think
it's installed at rich people's houses mostly. But if you do your driveway in it, you don't have to pay electricity because it powers your house.
Yeah. Well, if you
And
think
then you
about it,
can have a basketball court, a tennis court. You can program whatever you want into it.
that's crazy. And I was telling this to my buddy. I was like, just imagine if they actually made roads with real asphalt, like real. Everybody that did road work would be out of work. So they have to make the roads cheap to give people jobs. And that's why you continue. It's been like this.
Kind of what they're doing
It's like on purpose.
is
You know what I mean? It's just more money to take
it's
from
all
us.
a big giant conspiracy, and most people don't understand the layers to it. Like the reason why all of our roads and everything we have is made
It's
the
done
way
on
it is
purpose.
because they're using sand. And what they're doing is they're taking sand from the middle of the ocean for free. And it's the main big ingredient in everything, silica. And it has to be ocean silica. And sadly, they've displaced the continental plates by doing so. That's why the earthquakes are getting bigger, which is what they wanted to cause, to sort of cause catastrophe.
I don't know.
And
I
they're
think
also
that could be
putting pressure
man-made
because
too.
all that weight of that sand is now being brought from the ocean floor and being thrown on the earth. Now, all of the continents that have this in place are sinking drastically. The continents that don't have a whole lot of shit like that, and I'll give you one, Africa, is rising out of the ground, out of the ocean. The last time they had a big earthquake, it shot up something like 8 feet. Something bigger than that, even probably. But
I believe they're digging out the sand. I believe they're dropping oil. They're just messing up everything. I believe that.
nobody wants to talk about it. It's a big conspiracy. A lot of people have slightly investigated it, but not a lot of people think about the concept of it. And I'm like, well, imagine that though, because it takes something like 10 tons of sand for every 1 mile of road.
Yeah. You know how much money it would take to just drive around the ocean to see who's doing
No.
what?
Imagine how many miles of roads there are in the United States. How many
Yeah.
tons of sand did they displace from the ocean and put on this continent? Just in there, never mind Canada.
Who knows? I've seen it done just at a regular beach at a campground where the guy goes in at the beach and digs
oceans-
sand out of the lake just to make campsites. I've seen it happen. So, I mean, I'm not
The
doubting
oceans are
whatsoever.
eroding at a fast pace now. They keep talking about that, how the sand is disappearing at the beaches. That's because it's disappearing at the bottom of the ocean because they're taking it.
And that was in
And
98.
so it's replacing it by eating the shit that's on shore because it has to pull sand from somewhere. And so sadly, the shoreline is disappearing. We could try and replace it with some desert sand, which isn't the same in the beginning. It's shaped different, but waves will adjust it accordingly. And you just throw it on the beach and continue to give it sand. But, you know, that kind of sucks. But mind you, right now, the Sahara Desert is spitting sand all over the ocean as we speak. There's a big sand
I
cloud
don't.
headed
I don't think.
towards
I don't
Florida.
think you could just put just whatever you want in there. I don't think so. The sand is sand.
I don't think it's going to be a great solution, but it would be better than what they're going to end up offering to do it. But we've removed sand and we have to replace it with something because otherwise the continents are going to shift too fast and we're going to have major earthquakes that are not going to be fun.
Yeah, because I'm just saying, like the sand. Do you think when you take it out of there, it's been in there for so long? It's been in salt water. It's been chilling. It's been, you know what I mean? It's not like planting a tree where you can just put it back. You know, it's I don't know, but
No,
like
well,
you said, it
ideally
probably
we
would be
need to
better
also
than doing
stop
nothing.
taking the
You
sand
know,
from the ocean. But there's a lot of things that when shit actually hits the fan and we actually get to stop doing all the things that are actually harmful to the planet and to ourselves that we're going to have to readjust to. And that's going to be one of them because silica is in everything. It's in your cell phones, it's in your paint, it's in your clothing, it's in your walls, it's in your glass. We deal with silica on a daily basis in like 90% of our products.
I believe it.
Sadly, I pointed out on one of the
Just
cheap
like aluminum
brands of
and fluoride.
it's something added into our food sometimes, which is great. But it's like in some toothpaste, anything that needs a little grit, when they need it to have either a glass surface or because it's for a lot of things. But it's, yeah, we use a ton of it, like because it goes into all of the concrete. Everybody thinks, well, they should just take it from a different source. And I'm like, but the other sand doesn't work. That's why they use this sand. But they're not even paying for the rights for the sand or having anybody monitor them because they just go out into international waters and take it there where it's free. So they start with a product that has zero cost to them.
You can't fight it.
And it's like, oh, well, we can, but it takes a global effort of everybody working on the same page. And for that to happen first, all of this is going to have to happen because the people who are left are going to be the ones that are going to care.
I just wish people like me, you, Patrick, Prelim, Joe Dirt, freaking Algo, freaking everybody in the chat, Brenda, everybody, Mitchell, everybody, we all just come together and make our own community. I think that's the only way that will survive. I mean, I really don't know what else we can do. I mean, it just sucks we're all spread out. We're here, it's just we're all spread out.
There's more around you
Canada. It's
that
beautiful.
you just can't see. And they're making us feel very alone. But I deal with enough of the population because I luckily work in the food industry. I'm a cashier at a grocery store and I'm a cashier at a cheap grocery store. So I see everybody because the rich people come there to save money. Everybody else comes there because they need to save money.
Yeah, you see middle class rich people pretty much and poor.
And poor and crack dealers and drug dealers and hookers. And I get the whole 9 yards. It's great. I work in the Red District and live right next to a homeless shelter. So I get a fair swath of life that I get to see. And there's a large portion that sadly are completely asleep and delusional and believing the lie and got their veil on fully. And there is a multitude of many levels of awareness of people waking up.
I see that too.
And it's refreshing for me to be in the position I'm in because I'm medically exempt from wearing the mask at work. So I have a face shield, but everybody can see me. So people just immediately start opening up to me. And if they're against wearing the mask at all, they're immediately like, oh, you're so lucky, blah, 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 because they don't want to wear it any more than anybody else
wants to wear it. No,
and they want to tell me all about how it's fake and blah, 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 blah. And I'm not allowed to talk about any of this at work. And I've been explicitly told not to. And so I just sort of smile and listen to them go on for a little bit. And then if nobody is around, I'll drop a name of somebody or something they should look up or Google so that they can continue on their search and on their way. But I can't always do that. And it really sucks because, like, there's so many of them that that if they get lost down the wrong rabbit hole, they're going to be gone, because that's the whole point about all of this confusion, is it's to keep everybody lost, worrying about nothing, because if you don't focus on what's important, none of the crazy shit matters. The Mandela effects, they're interesting, they're very entertaining, but it doesn't really matter. It's there as a signal, but each individual one doesn't really matter. The reason why there's so many is because there's 6 point whatever billion people on the planet, so everybody doesn't have the same knowledge. So they need to make a whole bunch of changes so that everybody is covered, so everybody's got one they can see clearly that affects them. And everybody's going to have a different one that hits them. And some of them it's the Berenstain Bears, some of them it's Star Wars, some of them it's the Ford logo. And everybody's going to have a different one depending on what their culture is and what they've seen.
Bears got me.
They think it's cool.
The Bears.
A lot of them got me.
Yeah.
What got me the most, though, is when the Bible changed. And that got me because my Bible, it's the only change that actually hit my Bible and changed. My Bible didn't have any of the other changes in it. The only one that changed for my Bible is the Lord's Prayer.
Now you better look again, because there's a lot more.
No, my Bible hasn't changed the other ones. I go and look them up and they're still there in the original format. But the only one that changed in my Bible was trespassers to debtors.
Really?
Yeah.
You better put the pictures. I've
got some of it posted on my webpage on YouTube, where my Bible still has wineskins. And I have two different Bibles and they both still have wineskins.
Do you know, like, the angel of death's not in there anymore? And
it's not in there anymore. I'm gonna I'm still rereading my Bible, but that was one of the ones that
And then my people perish for a lack of knowledge. Now it's my people are destroyed for a lack of knowledge. That's
keep in mind, the overall meaning that you can get from it will still remain the same as long as your heart's in the right place. So that's why, even though it's changing, we need to roll with the punches, because if you're reading it with the right intent of trying to find the truth, you're still going to get it out of it, even though they're changing these little things.
Yeah.
But it's enough to cause dissent so that some people will fall from religion and whatnot because you can't believe it anymore. And people need to get over a lot of things, because first of all, God and religion are two separate things. We need to separate that now, because what man has done with religion has fucked it up completely.
God hates religion. Yeshua hates religion. And yes, they mess with the Bible.
What it is their understanding and interpretation of it is wrong. First of all, your temple is your body. So when you worship at your temple, wherever you go with your body, you can worship.
Yep. And I would say that there's enough in there to lead us to the right place and to know the do's and the don'ts. And that's my opinion. I think you have enough in there.
From what I can tell, it outright says, you can read the whole Bible, but it outright says in the end of the Bible that it says, okay, screw it, just follow the 10 Commandments.
Yeah.
Believe in Jesus and follow the 10 Commandments to the best of your ability and keep trying. Nobody's going to be perfect. Nobody's going to deserve to be saved. We're going to be saved by his good grace.
Yeah.
So do your best to do that and do better every day. That's all you can do.
Who haven't sinned? Cast the first stone. I love that.
Exactly.
When they were yelling at that hooker, she was a whore or whatever, and they were all like, "Oh, get a stoner," and they were like, "Yeah, who hasn't sinned? Cast the stone." Nobody cast the stone because they're all guilty. It was awesome. That's awesome.
Well, and it's sort of like a double-edged thingy, because the moment you toss that stone, you start sinning.
You know you messed up. And
because you're not supposed to hurt your brothers and sisters. So you only get to cast one stone, because the moment you throw that stone, now you're a sinner.
Yeah. Nobody threw that
stone. Cast more than one stone. And there's not very many people that fall under the area of no sinning. They're all going to be probably, 2 years or less in age. So the stones they can throw aren't going to kill anybody.
Yeah.
Neither are the throws going to kill anybody at that point. I don't think there's anybody really human-wise after that. By the time you get to 2, you start getting to talking and you start realizing that if you tell the truth all the time, you're not going to get what you want. Most kids lie at least once.
Oh, absolutely.
And most of us a lot more than But like,
Exactly.
you know,
Especially as a
then
kid.
once you get to an age where you start realizing, and trust me, karma has always been a close friend of mine. So I learned very
Oh,
quickly
yo, for anybody
not
that don't think karma is real, well, you better
I,
open up.
the lies that I told eat me to this very day because I can remember them to this day. One of the ones, very traumatizing lie. I'll let you in on it because it's kind of relevant. I had to swear at 5 years old on a Bible I didn't do something that I actually did, but my mother was psychotic enough that you had to lie because you could get seriously hurt. And like, how traumatizing is that? Because at 5 years old, I was pretty sure I was going to go to hell.
Well, that's different. You
Like,
would do
oh my
that.
God, right? So I lived for years thinking that I had performed an sin that was irrevocable. You lied on a Bible in front of God, and there you go, right?
I think we all have. I mean, maybe not all of us, but
But I grew up in a religious family too, so I already knew that by the age of 5 years old.
so you knew what you were doing. Yeah,
I
that's not
knew what I was doing, which was really
great.
scary. I had to make the choice of whether I wanted to live that day or not. And of course, at 5 years old, you really want to live.
Well, yeah.
And I spent many years really, really, really messed up over that because, like, you're
Well,
already
he
going
knows why
to
you
hell
did
no
it,
matter
though.
what. And, like, you know, I'm like, like, and then I start looking at things after I left and whatnot and had my anger separation period where you didn't want to believe anything and looked at everything else and just ignored and whatnot. Of course, that didn't last very long because, well, fuck up. Life really fucking sucked. First of all, being raised in an ultra religious family, I was not prepared for the fucking world.
Catholic?
Like in any way, shape, or form. No,
No. My
nothing
family was
so
Catholic.
mainstream. My family was Jehovah's Witness.
Oh, jeez. That's
And
tougher.
then not even, it would have been better had they been full-fledged Jehovah's Witnesses, because as much as you still don't get to have Christmases and all of the holidays and shit, for the most part, they're really nice people that do really nice things. For the most part, take care of everybody, whatnot. They have a few interesting parts, but for the most part, overall, like, you know, you can tolerate them. My family was not normal in any way, shape, or form.
I don't think anybody's family is normal. I think we're all dysfunctional. I mean, in my
I knew
opinion.
people who had a much normal family than I had. Um, for starters, I don't know who my father is.
Me neither.
I got to meet my brother's father. My sister's father, no. None of us have the same father.
Me neither. Dude, we have a lot in common already.
I
Oh,
have many family in town who I haven't seen in many, many, many years. Mostly because I refuse to bring my child anywhere near my side of the family because they all will still bring children to pedophile grandpa who finally died recently. But like, to me, that was a no-no.
yeah.
Like,
I have
you guys
family.
aren't
So I
willing
just,
to stop him. You're not willing to admit it, and you're still willing to bring children around him and leave him unattended. This is like, and they all know about it. They've all had an experience.
that's not good.
And yet, because you're supposed to forgive and forget, we tried going to the police, the church.
Small town, right?
Not so small as you'd think, but they just had a shittier attitude back then about it. Like, I even drug my brother to the police station when he was whipped with a bullwhip and had marks,
Yee.
and they still sent us back.
Wow.
And felt bad when I finally left. I stayed until I was 17. I stayed the longest out of all the children.
That's
I
fucked up,
stayed
man.
there to protect my brother until he was big enough to be able to defend himself. I got the least abuse out of everybody, which wasn't necessarily everybody liked to call me the favorite. That was not a good position to be in, because as much
Yeah,
as you didn't get the physical torture, you got a lot more mental torture.
I was just gonna say mental abuse is worse than you just punch me, will you? You know, I'd rather be punched.
And
You know, I know how that is.
my sister has 5 personalities. Let's put it that way. She went to therapy to get help. They regressed her so she could remember things from our childhood. And she now has 5 personalities.
That's crazy. I know we all have
So I
personalities.
won't go to therapy and I don't want to remember my childhood. Thank you. Apparently, my brain is doing me a favor by not remembering.
You
But I've
seem to be
always,
doing just fine, right?
yeah,
I'm all
I've
set.
always lived under the belief of if I was meant to remember something, I would remember it. And if I'm
Exactly.
not remembering it, that's for a reason. I
Yep.
mean, I clearly remember bits and pieces, like the day we decided to finally hide the leather belt by disappearing it. And we did that by all closing our eyes, spinning in a circle and throwing it. And none of us can really remember where it went because we didn't see it. We all have plausible deniability.
Yeah.
We
That's
don't know where it went. But
right.
Grandpa made that belt. It
Yeah.
had leather and studs. It was like 3/4 of an inch thick and like 3 inches wide.
That's crazy.
And they believed that you should spank your kid every day.
I believe that you should spank your kid when they do wrong. Like, I mean, you gotta do
It
something wrong.
depends on the
Spank.
age. When they're really young,
Not with
there's
that,
certain
though.
circumstances where you kind of have to for certain ages, for certain things, not like an angry slap or whatever. It's just
No,
a
you got.
shocking thing for them, just to realize and shock them out of something. But it's not like, I mostly got to get around spanking because I realized it was the shock value. So like when my kid was little, I just put my hand up against his bum and clap my hand really hard so it sounded really painful and he would cry.
Yeah.
Like, just as good as actually hitting him because he still thought he got smacked. He felt the pressure because my hand was there, but he didn't actually get hurt.
Smack. Yeah. I get
And
that.
of course, all the adults used to laugh about it because, like, like that was so stupid of him to cry over something like that. But I'm like, until he's figured it out, why even bother having to inflict any pain? Like, like there is a time and a place. You don't have to. When they get a little older, you might have to smack on their hand because they're about to stick their finger in a light socket. You need to go, no,
Yeah. Smack in the
I'm not
back of the
trying
head.
to hurt them.
What are you
Like,
doing?
it's not something that's meant to cause pain or fear. It's just meant to stop them quickly and like dead in their tracks because they need to, because it's dangerous. And it doesn't last very long. When they get to be teenagers, I don't think you should be smacking them. There's way more effective ways of punishing them than smacking them.
Especially nowadays. Damn.
Oh,
Give me a
now
phone.
it's super easy. They have feelings and they care what other people think. So what you do is you tell them you're going to show up at school with your lipstick, your hair and rollers, Barney lunch kit, ugly animal slippers, whatever, embarrassing t-shirt and whatever, and show up and say, "You forgot your lunch, honey. I love you," and kiss them and then leave.
That's a fact, though. That's a
That's
fact.
all you have to do. And it's not abuse because all you said is, "I love you. Here's your lunch." But it comes in a Barney lunch kit.
Oh, these days, that is hate speech. That is hate speech.
Or if you really hate them, just
Degrading.
leave her.
But that is funny. That is funny.
But yeah, you only have to threaten it. They don't want that to happen. My kid was like, "You shouldn't. Don't you dare." And I'm like, "Well,
I should do
I
that to
don't
my.
care what people think." And he tested that theory once when he was 11. He stomped off from somewhere really mad, the babysitter's house. He had had a fight with the babysitter's kid. And he started walking home, but it was dangerous because he had to cross the highway in a busy road and walk through a sketchy part of town. And he's stopping off really fast. And I'm trying to catch up to him. So I start dragging a foot, acting like a gimp, and saying, "Wait for me. Mommy loves you. Wait." He's like, "Mom, I'm so embarrassed. I can't believe you did that." I said, "Well," I said, "I don't care what people think of me." I said, "You do."
Exactly. That's the thing. Like I said, egos, man. Egos will get
Yeah.
you in trouble.
I'm like, and I think that's why I'm having a little bit an easier time in all of this than what everybody else is around me. I keep getting asked why I'm so happy. And I'm like, because I choose to be happy. It's all about a choice. They're trying really hard to mess us up and make us annoyed, pissed off, frustrated,
Yeah.
angry, confused, whatever. It's all leading to fear. And don't be happy unless your life is crumbling around you. Don't sweat it. If you've got everything covered, don't sweat it. Like, and even if you don't, it usually works out. Don't sweat it. Like, I've been in pickles where I didn't know I was going to pay my rent on numerous occasions. It's always worked out in the end. I don't know
Yeah.
how. It's always worked out in the end. So
I've been
I
there
try
too.
really hard not to sweat the small stuff anymore because it's all pretty much the small stuff.
Yeah.
Even when I have passing of loved ones, which I recently lost my mom less than a year ago.
Me too. Wow, that's weird. We got a lot in common.
My mother, here's a funny story. Now, remember, horrible family. Hadn't seen her in many, many, many years, other than the few times she tried to corner me at my work. But nobody told me she was in the hospital the way she was in the hospital. Like, I heard she was in and out, but nobody told me how it was. She was in for a year and a half straight. And at the end, she actually signed papers telling them they weren't allowed to treat her anymore, and she just wanted to die.
Yeah, that's
And
what
she
my
died
mom
of
did.
something completely treatable that shouldn't have killed her. But because they weren't allowed to treat her, it killed her.
Yeah.
But she's got tired of them poking and prodding her because she's a hypochondriac. I'm pretty sure she has Munchausen by proxy.
My mom had COPD.
Brain damage. Oh, she definitely had COPD. She smoked for so many years. She partied when we were young. I mean, I remember my brother drinking at the age of 2 until he got so drunk he climbed the curtains and peed in an ashtray.
What? That is awesome. Not really, but that was kind of awesome.
Not really, because this party was full of pedophiles and they had my sister upstairs doing horrible, horrible
No, I
things.
meant
And I don't want to know anything that happened with me. I don't remember it. So,
the pee in the ashtray and climb in a curtain. That's
yeah, he would climb in all the girls' laps and sip out of their drinks and whatnot. And my mom was busy in the kitchen getting high and drinking. And yeah, it's yeah. I grew up, weird. Considering I was in a Jehovah's Witness family, that was definitely not normal because that's not what they do.
yeah. No, absolutely. But it just goes. It shows you that, you know.
Yeah, every little house has twisted things, and everybody would always tell me how lucky I was because my mom seems so nice.
Yeah.
And she really does. Everybody is very enamored with her for the first 2 weeks. And she seems really sweet, but she gains enough information about you in that 2 weeks to fuck with the rest of your life for the next 2 years.
Yeah. It was good on the outside and bad on the inside.
People used to think I was mean because I would tell them when I would get hired somewhere. My boss laughed at me because she finally got to understand why I got hired. And then I said, oh, by the way, just so you know, I am sorry in advance for my mother. And she's like, what? And I said, you'll understand when it gets there. I said, I know that sounds really weird, and I've been labeled as the bad daughter for many years over it, but you'll understand. And then she met my mother. All about 500 pounds of her. Very demanding and very Karen-like. But take Karen if Karen had an IQ of 70. And I'm not even trying to be mean. I think if I could have got my mother tested, I could have got her on a fucking retarded list.
Yeah.
Not her fault, though. She was abused really bad by her father, my grandfather, the pedophile. And to the point where he beat her so bad he kicked her in the head with his steel-toed boots on more than one occasion. So I think she actually had brain damage. Surprised she functioned as good as she did. Because, like, I know that had to be really fucked up to go through all of that plus that. So, like, that's when my sister hasn't figured out how to forgive my mother yet. And I did because I realized that she just wasn't smart enough to figure out how to save her kids or get out of that lifestyle because I don't think she was all there. I mean, I know she labeled us to the day she died all sorts of different things. And all of her kids are bad. She has an excuse for why none of her children talk to her. And I chose to make the difference of dragging my kid out and separating from the abuse and just not being a part of it. I don't know what my brother's doing. He doesn't talk to me. And my sister got to be removed by this province and put into foster care because she actually got the abuse and her being assaulted on record. And even though they knew that happened, they left all the other children there, which is really crazy because that would never happen nowadays.
Yeah, that is just insane.
Yes.
You think they would take the rest of the kids?
You'd think, but even though there was a record of us reporting abuse, there still wasn't enough evidence for them to do, I guess, what they needed to do because, of course,
The kids are too young.
none of the young children are
Go
going to
by
talk.
what the kids say, even though he's by telling the truth. I know.
The
No,
only one
it's
they
true,
could
though.
trust
It's
was
facts.
my sister because she had turned 11 and so she was of the age that she was allowed to speak for herself in court. And anybody under the age, your parents have to represent you. Well, your parents are your abuser, you're fucked, right?
Yeah, not necessarily, though.
You would think that they would have let the 11-year-old speak for all of them, but
Yeah, but the kids are so
nowadays that's not
scared.
what
They're
works.
not going to say anything anyway. They're
Well,
so
exactly.
stupid. They're not going to say
Freaking
anything.
yeah, by then we learned not to tell any adult anything. You don't trust any adult because all of the adults were crazy and did things to hurt you.
Yeah,
So you
that's
went
crazy.
other places. And and I learned very early on when I was a teenager to just disappear and get home in time to go to bed.
See, when I was younger, when I was like 3, I used to just leave my house, climb 6 feet fences, and go up to Jenks Park in Central Falls in Rhode Island. It's a big. You should look it up online. It's Jenks Park in Central Falls, Rhode Island. Uh, obviously in America because you're in Canada. But yeah, it's big evil looking clock tower, and there's steps in the back, and I followed my brother up there. And this kid named he called him, his first name was Freddie, but they called him Kruger. He pushed me off. I fell like, I don't know, it was like 20, 30 feet. And my cousin was on the bottom because he climbed down, caught me, dropped me. I split my head open in the front, lost one hearing, and that's at 3. I should have been dead. Like, I don't know. It was weird. And
Well,
there's another.
luckily at 3, you're still not fully bone. You're still a whole lot of malleable
I got lucky. I don't know, man. The
cartilage.
impact, when he caught me, the impact, he fell, and he got hurt too. But I got hurt.
Oh yeah, he'd probably be hurt almost as bad as you, if not worse.
Yeah,
Because he
he's
would have
40
been
years
older
older than me.
and his bone would have been full bone. Until you're 5, your bones are partially cartilage so that you can
Very
rapidly
soft.
grow.
Yeah, very
And
soft. Yeah, I got lucky.
the only reason why I know that is because at 3 weeks of age, I fractured my skull. I was dropped down a flight of cement stairs. This is the story I was told by
Yeah,
a
your
lady
bones
in
are like mushy.
a long robe. And I looked like a cone head for 3 weeks.
Yeah.
And luckily my brain rewired. I learned completely different from everybody else though. Like people often sit and like I'll sit and just have a stare moment where I'm just sitting and processing for a minute because I do it different than a lot of other people. But I also
We get called speds. That's what we get called. You're a sped.
I also So
I'm not
kind of
calling
got
you a stud, but
ADHD,
that's
like
what
a
I
lot
get
of
called.
times, if I'm doing something else that helps me focus, but it
Yeah, we
has to be
learn
something
different.
easy and mind numbing. But I used to take notes at school because you get in trouble for everything. So you have to do creative things. So to keep myself focused, I would take all my notes upside down and backwards. So I'd turn my book upside down and then write it so it would still be written the right way up.
That's weird.
And I would sit there and do that, and the teacher would stop the class because he thought I was doodling because my book was completely upside down. So how can I be taking notes? And he'd come over to read what I'm writing and realize I'm writing perfectly legibly exactly what he's talking about. He's like,
That's weird.
but I was also left-handed. That helped me not smudge the words. But I had to slow my thought process down because I run faster than what they're teaching at. So I get bored really quickly because I'll get to the conclusion they're going to get at in like 5 minutes. And then I'm like,
Yeah.
okay, I'm bored.
Well, how did Pat go? He's sleeping?
I think he might be sleeping. I don't know. He's been gone a while.
I was hoping he'd come back, this mother chucker. No? Maybe?
Well, does he have somewhere to go tomorrow? He always makes a show when he has an appointment coming in the morning, which I don't understand why he does it on those days.
Yeah, I think he has
Confuses me, but
yeah, I think he has
I
to
don't
go to
want to
the
complain
doctor.
because, it's nice to be able to see people chatting, but
I can't see anybody chatting. I don't even know if there's anybody in the
I
chat room.
know you can't see anybody right now. If I went inside, I could.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm only outside on my phone, so I can't see the chat.
And the only reason why it doesn't interfere with everybody is because I have a headset, and so the volume can't be heard on my phone from the headset, and so you don't hear the feedback loop. Because otherwise, I'd have to turn it off.
yeah. I can't even see the chat. That sucks. That's the only thing that sucks.
No.
Come on, Bat, wake up. No, he's probably out.
Yeah. Let him sleep. Either that or he's running to the drugstore to get some yeast infection cream.
Rub it on your face, baby.
It'll fucking work. That's the sad part. Like, a lot of people don't understand that a lot of products are just put in a different tube, slapped a different label on it, and then they call it for something else. And it's
Yeah.
the same thing. Like, the little tiny tubes that you use for sunscreen to block out sun that costs like $6 for a little tiny circle, and they come in all sorts of different colors. There's zinc oxide, right?
Yeah.
You know how to get a big tube of that for the same price? You get a big round tub, you go to the baby section and you buy Zincofax for baby butt cream, and it's just white paste of the same thing. And it'll work. It comes in white. If you need it in a color, make your own color, add eyeshadow if you must, but I just do it white. Just mix it up and see it turns a color. I don't suggest just, eyeshadowing it afterwards, but you could. But
I just get burned. I let the sun burn me. I don't even care.
Well, what I try to do is I used to tan, and all of a sudden now I burn. So what I do is I try to get morning sunlight as early on into the spring as possible. So I build a base tan, and then I don't burn as much. But I burn quicker and easier now because something's happened with our protection. And it might have something to do with the veil lifting. I don't know. Guessing. Could be the ozone layer. Could be that's what they blame it on. That could have been the truth. It was far back enough in the past that it might have been the truth at that time. I don't know when they started 100% lying to us. It could be all bullshit. It could be partial bullshit. Like, at this point, we have to question everything.
Absolutely.
Other than God.
The sun is hot.
The two things I don't question: God and Jesus.
Yeah, absolutely. The sun is way brighter, way whiter, way hotter than I've ever felt it in my life.
Yes.
And I don't remember it being white when I was like in '98 when I was a kid, Just saying.
It's doing weird things, but then again, the sun, the stars, the moon are supposed to do weird things, and they are. I mean, I wish I had my good camera that I have now back then, because for 2 weeks, maybe 2-3 years ago. The moon was upside down for 2 weeks. I screamed and shouted to anybody who would listen to try and pay attention to that, because that should signify something big, because the moon is close enough to us that if it actually flipped, and it's everything that they say it is, it controls our ocean. So then we should have a giant tidal wave running around doing massive shit, because that's a lot of flipping to do overnight. And it stayed that way for 2 weeks and then just flipped back to normal. And the moon is stationary. We never see the backside. It doesn't ever rotate. So for it to be upside down is a big event. And nobody seemed to give a shit.
I never really looked at the moon when I was younger. I mean, I did here and there, but now I look at it all the time. If I can see it, I will.
I watch it like a hawk now. I have a better camera.
They spray so much. They spray out here so much.
I don't think we're getting, I personally, like, everybody asked me what my theory was on why the moon flipped upside down, because they didn't really see it as a big deal that it should be. I'm like, well, I honestly don't think it did, because there should have been earthquakes. There should have been a tidal wave. Like, something should have happened. Nothing happened. So either we're not really seeing the moon anymore because they've done something to it. They went up there. They found something valuable. They decided they didn't want us to see it anymore because they were going to mine it or whatever. And so they've been showing us a slideshow of the moon. And for 2 weeks, they had the slide upside down. And then somebody noticed it and corrected it. That's the only thing I can think of that makes sense, that would fix it that fast and have nothing else happen.
Have you ever seen the moon in the daytime?
Yes.
It's see-through.
It can be, yes.
It's not a real object. It's not solid.
Well, that's because my understanding of what it actually is.
I have a picture of my rolling tray. I know it sounds stupid, but it's a real picture put on a rolling tray. Mm-hmm. It's not Photoshop, nothing. You can see the clouds in the background.
Believe it. There's a scientist out there who swears the sun and the moon are plasma.
I don't know if they're plasma, but I don't think they're solid objects. You can see through them.
Well, that's what plasma is not a solid object. Plasma would be a different thing.
It's something. I just know you can see through it during the day.
He calls molecules.
I can't say that.
Because of that.
You can't say that about the sun because it's so bright. You can't. How the you supposed to see through it, right? You know, it's different when the sun's going down and the moon's right there, and you can see the blue clearly.
Well, I don't think you can see through the sun just because of its intensity and brightness. The moon is colder.
I think they're both different.
Oh, they're definitely different. There's been scientific tests proving that the moonlight is cold and sunlight is warm. And if the moon was reflecting sunlight, it would be cooler, but it wouldn't be something that makes it colder than absolute dark. It should still be warmer than that. And this actually makes, when the moonlight comes out, it gets colder than if you were in the
light. Get out of the light. It's warmer. It's crazy.
And most people don't notice that.
No. I love it.
Like, it's a different light. It's
learning
got
about
cold
this.
to it. And I'm like, there's a warm and then there's a cold.
Yeah. I have no moon because it's raining like a biatch.
Yeah, I don't have anything here. No stars, no moon. I just have a hazy, light,
cloudy
cloud that is making a fine, spitty rain.
It's depressing. Every day they spray. It's crazy.
We get it here. Sometimes they use the spray that disappears. Most of the time they don't.
Yeah.
They
do it all the time.
I don't want to hear that either. Although if you want to be able to prove to somebody that that is actually happening, I don't know if you've watched it yet or not, but watch the documentary Frankenskies. That was made by a gentleman who took a great deal of years piecing together every single piece of proof that they have of the military using weather as a weapon.
They've been doing this since 1813
but
or something.
He's chronologically organized it and showed how it happened, showed when it got published in like all the magazines. It shows how you can currently buy it on, and I've checked, I can actually, there was 10 of them near me that I can pay to go seed the sky to make it rain. And I keep telling everybody that if the town has a threat of fire, what we all should do is stop paying our taxes and all pool it together, because there's 80,000 of us. Costs less than that to seed the sky.
There's more of us than
And
them.
everybody donate $1 and we'll pay to make it rain and the fire can go out.
That's what the whole thing started was. We can make it rain. We can stop forest fires.
It's supposed to. They haven't been using it for that. They won't.
No, and
But
what they
and
did,
everybody
they
still tells you
started it.
that them controlling the weather is a myth and it's conspiracy theory. You remind them that on the news they were proud that they made it rain on the Cape Horn of Africa.
Yeah, and then they had lasers shooting through trucks. Oh, that's great.
China says they can make it stop raining, so now we know how to make it start. We know how to make it stop. So
Unbelievable.
anytime where it rains to the point of flooding, know that they've chosen not to stop it. If you're not receiving rain, you know that they've chosen not to start it.
I swear,
When
I'm
you see them
gonna
spray
start
the
punching
sky,
people.
they're spraying away and or up all of your moisture. Like I live in a rainforest. We haven't received 80% of the rain we should have so far has disappeared.
Absolutely.
And there are
It's
places
going somewhere
over in Mecca flooded.
That's what I'm talking about. All these other India, all these places, wherever
So
they're at.
they are using weather as a weapon, and our moisture has been sucked up to be used as a weapon to go fight in a war over in another continent.
Yeah, how do you think we won
And we need to
Vietnam?
be aware that this is happening because we can't fathom to stop this until people actually acknowledge its existence. And right now, they won't even believe they can control the weather, never mind that they're using it for evil.
Oh,
So
they've
first,
been
we
trying
have to get them
control
to
the weather
understand they're controlling the weather.
since
And at least the
1800.
military has made all these videos. They are all public knowledge. It's out there. So if you have friends and family you want to awaken to this, what you do is you just tell them it's movie night and you sit down and this is the movie you watch.
And then they're gonna call you a liar.
Not as many as you think. 'Cause
No, I know, but
shown
I'm
it
just
to a
saying,
lot of people.
don't give up too
I've-
soon.
Right, but I've shown it to a lot of people, and because it's the military own US military footage of them doing it, and it's doing it very fast and very well.
Do you see them with the 5G when they stop zapping dudes?
Oh, yes, I've seen that, but that's not in this documentary. That's the thing, is it targets
That's
specifically just geoengineering, all of the names they use, the fact that they admit that it's happening, all of it. And every time that they've ever done that, he's compiled that into a thingy so that he can prove it. And all of their forms and everything, in which government websites to go to, that you can find all this information for yourself to prove that it's not just him faking the forms. And he gives you all of that in this hour and whatever documentary. Every person I've shown it to actually went from not believing it to actually going, oh, that is real.
I believe that.
Because it's
but then-
actually all there. Because every time you've ever tried to explain it, everybody wants proof. Well, this is all the proof that's actually out there so that they can get it. And it's done in such a way, it's shortened it to about an hour and I think it's 37 minutes or something like that. So it's actually watchable.
Yeah.
And it
I
starts
see.
from like way back in like 1935 and shows you their footage then and whatnot. And back then you
how
couldn't
they
take a
won
lot of shit.
Vietnam, how they flooded the guys out. They would have
How
never
they
won.
flooded, and we're proud to flood Vietnam for 42 or 3 extra days or something like that.
That was crazy.
Which is what socked out their
It's
camps.
not
and
just
ended
us,
the war.
though. Every country's doing it. They have to be.
They
keep
all
it
are.
at-
But for
keep it
everybody
going
to
around.
understand where we're at, they have to understand where we've been, because if they were doing that back then, what are they doing to us now? And to
Now,
get
and
to
what
that
it-
point, you have
and-
to get them from the beginning point. And
Exactly.
so it's baby steps for them to awaken to everything. You start with the cracks and let them work on that. And then once they realize the government lied to them about that, that opens up the idea that their government lies to them. And then they
Absolutely.
start looking.
Imagine what we know, what they're doing now. Imagine what we don't know.
We're so
what
far
they
ahead of them, they're going to need us to survive, because I don't think they're going to be able to catch up fast enough before, because they're scrambling to speed things up for some reason.
All I know is I'm not worried. I got
I'm not
Yeshua.
worried.
I got
I
you.
just
Got you.
I know
I
it's
got.
going to
I
be a
got.
lot of it. We know it's a lot of work. I mean, this is it. We've been prepping for this and everything, but
We are the
I'm
best.
so tired already that I'm like, I'm not prepared
No,
for a lot of work.
no, I know. It is depressing. I'm telling you,
As
it is.
much as I know he's going to give me the strength, I don't feel like I'm prepared for the work that I know is coming.
That's
And I
right.
would like to get more prepared, but I started riding my bike to and from work. I stopped buying my bus pass so I could get to shape. And
Yeah,
that's when I hemorrhaged.
yeah.
And now I'm terrified to do anything that's going to make my stomach muscles do a whole bunch of shit, because I found out that there's parts in there, won't explain too much, but girly things that aren't
Yeah,
necessarily as strong as they should be.
yeah,
And I could tear and have another one.
yeah. No, you gotta be
And
careful.
yeah, so I'm like, now I'm like, well, so I've repaired this bike and I've got fenders, and I bought a
You still
place to
can
put
ride. Just
a
take it
cart and
easy.
everything. Well, not really, because I don't know if you've ever researched where I live. Where I live, like 5 minutes walk down the road is ocean level, but I am not anywhere near ocean level height wise, because we go from ocean to mountain in no time.
Yeah.
And so, like, it's hills and whatnot to get to work. There's this one hill, like, no way that almost nobody rides up that damn thing.
Yeah, you got hills, turns, and it's good to go down, but
And it's like,
and
yeah,
go
so
up.
some of it's great, but yeah, it was a fair bit, which is probably explains why I managed to weaken. And then when my mother died and she was a hoarder on top of everything else, and nobody else in my family even claimed her. So I had to go. Her church got a hold of her estate. This is why I didn't hear she was in the hospital. The church got her power of attorney and everything for her will. And so they were going to do it all and not tell anybody. And then I guess they started going into her house to go see what's going on. And the lady spent, I think, 3 months organizing her shit just so that it would be dealable to deal with. And still, it was like so full. I went through a great ton of it, but on day 3, I managed to rip something horribly. And yeah, I was kaputs after that. I had taken 3 truckloads of stuff. I got almost no furniture. I never did find her Filter Queen vacuum, which was the only thing of any real value I think she would have actually owned.
Yeah.
Because she was on disability welfare for
Yeah.
many, many, many years. So she didn't really have priceless heirlooms or anything like that. So the church actually signed up for a very big ding in their wallet. They thought they were getting an estate because, yay, this strange family, they were going to get all of her stuff. They ended up calling me to try and help because they knew it was going to eat into their pocketbook. So I came and took some stuff because they told me I could have anything I wanted. Try and get rid of as much stuff as possible, right?
That's sad.
Call the family. Everybody can pick through it. And I went
But
in
if
there.
it was worth money, they wouldn't have called you.
Yeah. I went in. I got all of the photo albums and photos because nobody else in the family wanted any of them. I started by picking through and trying to take out the stuff that would have been personal to my brother, my sister, and me. And then if they ever got to a point where they might want some of that shit, I would have it for them.
Absolutely. Yeah.
And
Sounds
I got
just
that.
like me.
I grabbed a couple bits of furniture that were salvageable. Most of it was junk. I got pretty much plant stand, 3-tiered one, a china hutch, and a wire rack for furniture. Everything else was junk. She had a really nice bed, brand new, but it was like a king size bed with a sturdy, solid, whatever frame. I'm in a little itty apartment, and I barely got my queen size mattress in here. And it was one of those things where you bring it in the room and then you unzip it and it sucks out the air, and then it's the size that it is, because it wouldn't fit in any other way. I can't have a couch. I had to get rid of my deep freeze, which really was a big thing for me because I actually had a deep freeze that was like chock full, big 25-foot cubic deep freeze. Um, and it was full because I work at a cheap discount grocery store. So like when things like bacon went on sale, and oh boy, would it go on sale, I would buy like 12 of them at a time and just stock the freezer with everything you could possibly think of that's really yummy. And then when you run out of money and it's the last few days before payday and everybody usually is down to like really crappy food and you're like, oh darn, we're down to having what? Bacon and salmon and ribs and
All the best things you can eat, right?
yeah, oh yeah, I can still do that at my work. It's you never know what you're going to get on sale, but they always have something on sale.
Yeah.
And for the longest time, it was a secret. We actually almost went out of business because when COVID hit, of course, everybody stayed home and business dived. And we don't rely on big markups to make money. We rely on bulk sales by having a lot of people through the door. And between having to cut back customers to 3 at a time and then not having many people show up, our sales dipped and we almost had to close. And my boss didn't want to jack up the prices because that was the only other way to stay open is to do what everybody else does, raise the price of groceries. But our market is to really poor, impoverished people that are on income assistance and they don't have any extra spare money to eat. They're barely making it as it is. And so we don't want to raise the price of groceries. We just want people through the doors. So we made a national cry and it actually made the national news across the country and people started coming in again. And so now we're okay again, as far as I can tell.
That's awesome. We small little business, like a
very tiny little business. It's the size of maybe a 7-Eleven and it's a full grocery store. We have a butcher. We sell a little bit of everything except for liquor, lotto, and automotive.
Yeah. Well, that's awesome. No, that's great for the little town. Well, the town that you're in, I'd imagine.
We have prices that compete with the dollar store and Walmart and do better than them. Like half the time what Walmart sells things for is the high end of our grocery end. And it goes down from there. A few things are overpriced, like our milk is a little more expensive.
Dairy is always going to be expensive.
But not by much. It's like 50 cents more expensive than hitting it at the big grocery store.
I'd rather go there. I'd rather go to a little store than a
But if you're
Walmart.
saved, $60 on everything else, what's spending an extra 50 cents on your milk?
Yeah, exactly. Everything else is straight. It's just the dairy.
And it's literally that much cheaper. We sell pineapples for $1.99. The giant Caesar salad kit somewhere between, I think the high end is $1.99. And a lot of the times we clear them out at 49 cents. Cauliflowers for 49 cents. Like just as many things as possible, as cheaply as possible. And what we rely on is buying bulk sales of things that everybody else turns away because it's not the best prime stuff and it needs sorting and they don't have time to sort. Well, we'll take the time to sort it and then sell the rest. But they'll sell it to us at a cheap price because it was written off and they just want to get rid of it. And so instead of marking it up greatly, we just mark it up a little bit so we make some profit to cover the bills and then clear it out as quick as possible so that we can get the next deal. So it's always rotating, but I've had rib dinner that was like mashed potatoes, baby back ribs with like the sauce and everything, onions, peppers, a carrot beside it and everything. The whole meal cost me $5.
That's crazy. That's crazy.
Everyone's like, what? I'm like, if you don't care to plan your dinner, you can eat really cheaply at my work. You just have to get used to not knowing what you're going to eat, buying whatever's on sale.
Don't get picky. Food is food.
Yeah. I'm still a little picky about certain things, but only certain things. Like, I try to make sure I'm cooking as much as possible with extra virgin coconut oil, raw, of course. As natural as possible. Fresh vegetables, not frozen or canned. And I check the theories when they say things like irradiated things don't grow. And to that end, I would like to point out my almost 8 foot tall lemon tree that was started from seed, and it seems to grow just fine.
I was gonna say, I just started my garden. I got potatoes, tomatoes, carrots. I got the whole shebang
I don't
going.
have a balcony, just a balcony, but I have strawberries, sweet potatoes, organic russet potatoes, organic red potatoes, rosemary, and a gazillion flowers over here and more
That's
strawberries.
awesome. Not bad. See, I don't have them at my house because I live in a unit.
I
So
tried other things, but I'm on the first floor.
My girl's parents, and we have a little garden over there, and we do it all. It's freaking awesome. Yeah, I love
it. I want a yard. I just can't afford one. It's expensive to live where I live.
We did
I live in
too.
paradise, and it's a little expensive to live in paradise, sadly.
Yep. You got to do what you can, you know. And I mean, I could grow stuff out here. It's just I'm worried about people.
hoping-
You know?
And this sounds really bad of me, but I'm really hoping that COVID crashes the housing market so that houses go really cheap again so I can afford to get in one.
Yeah, right. Seriously.
I'm not meaning it to be mean to everybody or whatnot, but it sounds like they're trying to kick a lot of people out of the houses. I really hope the housing market crashes and it actually bottoms out, because
And
if
they're
I
trying
could
to
get
take out the
one
middle
at a
class.
reasonable,
That's the whole thing. Of this whole thing, they're taking out the middle class. If you haven't noticed,
they're trying really hard. Luckily, I'm in
Trying
one
to
of the key groups that's needed, and actually one of the groups that they kind of want working. I would get in trouble if I stopped working.
yeah,
They
you're
would
always.
get mad at me.
And if you didn't work at a grocery store, you'd be. You know what I mean?
Oh, I'd be so screwed. And I was kind of worried because I'm exempt from the mask and I have breathing problems and COPD. And of course, I smoke. So that, of course, helps me wheeze a lot more. And so I was a little worried that they would take me out of the workplace because, first of all, I'm not getting the vax and I'm at risk, right? But it was pretty much, they gave me the option that I could go on to whatever our aid is. They called it some stupid thing here.
Yeah.
But
So you
I could have
decided to
signed
keep
up
the
to get
mask.
paid $2,000 a month to stay home because Canada actually rocked for this. And if you got screwed over and you lost your job, you could apply to get $2,000 a month to live on every month since this
No.
started, which is a lot better than what happened for you guys. But I still don't like it because it's putting us into a debt that we'll never be able to pay. But I don't think they were going to pay it anyway, and I don't really give a shit. So
Yeah,
But-
the way it is, you got to take the money and live. Try to live and
But
put it.
I
do what
didn't
you-
want to get reliant on the system, but I keep reminding everybody this is like a soft sell of the new system they want out, where they're just going to pay everybody to stay home
don't care what
anyway. It's called
anybody says.
universal basic income. They've been talking about this a while now because they know robots are going to be taking over most of the jobs, and they don't
Absolutely.
want their population to starve, so they're going to need us to do things to make money. That's where their cryptocurrency is coming in. They want everybody invested in it.
That's good
I'll
old
tell you where-
9-11. That's when all this all started.
I'll tell you where I think cryptocurrency is going. There is one being made right now where it's going to be based off of how much energy you burn in a day. So your worth is going to be based off of how much you move and how productive you are. So if you didn't burn enough calories or do enough things or move and do what they want, then what? Your electricity is not going to work.
It could be something like that, yeah. Or if
Like,
you don't
are
make
you
enough
kidding
money,
me?
if you're not a good
Like,
person.
they're going to be able to monitor you at all times if that's the case, because they're making money off you and they're going to want you very productive. So if you're not exercising enough, which they're already there, they have these little thingies that are telling you how to lose weight and what to eat and when to sleep and whatnot. Even my cell phone's trying to tell me that, do you want a reminder of when you should be going to bed? Because it seems like you're not getting enough sleep, because it monitors when I go to bed and when I set my alarm. And
Yeah,
it's
got my
noticing that I
alarm.
don't ever get 8 hours sleep, which is just the first, big thing. I don't think many of us are actually sleeping properly. But that's
No,
another
of course
one of the
not.
symptoms is the people who are getting awesome night's sleep all the time. And it's not that we're not sleeping, it's that our patterns are messed up. We do crash sometime, but it's not all the time, and we don't necessarily sleep through the night. And sometimes we get better sleep in the day, which I find a lot, but I've always found that because of the airflow, which I noticed was because trees don't eat the carbon at night, they eat it in the day, so there's more carbon in the air at night. So anybody with lung problems wheezes more at night and the air is thicker. And
Yeah,
then in the
too much
morning it
fans are on.
lifts when the trees turn on. And to me, I think of trees as probably the most loving, sentient things God made on this planet. Dogs
Yep.
are a close second. But the trees are, because we've proven trees feel and understand us and know when we mean harm to them, which means that's really sad for when we destroy rainforests, because they talk to each other, so they know all across the rainforest what we're doing.
Everything alive.
They choose to make us oxygen
weed.
the entire time we're slaughtering them. They still choose to give us life and
Yep.
make oxygen for us till the day they die. So they've got to be the most pure, innocent things we've got on the planet.
I try to plant some too.
Hence why I have a lemon tree, and I started it from scratch, which sadly actually turned out to be the longest way to get your lemons, because it won't lemon for 15 years. It's on year 5 now, so I've got 10 more years before I get lemons.
Yeah, well, at least it's there for somebody, right?
But he's got bark and he's got spikes and he's huge. I'm actually really proud of him. He's got to come out, I think, tomorrow, the next day, to my patio. And I'm going to stick him in the corner, and he's going to be tall enough not to come back in come fall this year. He'll be his first year out in the winter. And he's a big boy now. But
Yeah.
he spent every winter, I babied him, brought him in, stuck him in my dining room, which has a heater curled on 2 sides. And so he's been warm, and it's been summer for 5 years for him, pretty much. He's
No,
out through the old summer and gets the wind to strengthen up, and then I bring him inside. And I have grow bulbs in my house, so he still gets sunlight in the dining room where he's at. And I have tons of plants inside too. I want to have a jungle in my house. I need a house with windows.
yeah, right. They need a green room, is what you
What I
need.
need is to win the lotto, because what I actually need is a hobby farm with a house with windows, because I need lots of land to grow. I need to be able to rescue animals, because for some reason I always hear about all animals that aren't being loved and or need a home. And I'm a big
Yeah,
softie. If I have the space, I'm going to take it in. And
yeah, me too. I'm
for the
definitely
first
like
time in
that.
my life, I have no animals, and it's killing me. So I'm feeding the birds and the squirrels. It's costing me a fucking fortune.
I
Live
don't mean
next
it
to a
loud,
park.
but
And by a park, I don't mean a little park like most people's standards of park. We have a lot of parkland in our area. In the city park that I'm talking about probably spans, to walk from one end to the other, maybe half an hour.
wow, that is a big park. I mean, we got parks around here too, but I mean, around my
Big
neighborhood,
enough that has a
it's
pool.
like 5 minutes, maybe 10 to walk through.
Yeah. It has a pool, and then it's got forest and trails and shit to walk. And
The
then
ducks
it's got
will
an
actually know.
amphitheater, and it's got a duck pond, and it's got a baseball diamond, and it's got a running lap that people play soccer and whatever in the middle of and shit.
Oh yeah, they were running. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah,
It's
no
got a
doubt.
lawn bowling area. It's got another place that people rent out to do big events and weddings and shit and host events and shit in.
Yeah.
It's
It's,
got
it's,
all
it's,
these different buildings all throughout the forest in there as you're walking to get to different things. But there's so much wildlife in there. It also has cougars and it has bears, and the deer go in there, and there's raccoons and all the other things. I recorded this evening the peacocks that are nesting, because they were doing their mating calls because it's spring.
yeah.
And I wasn't sure if they were still there or not. They got released from the petting zoo, and it's warm enough here that they can survive. So they just ran away, and so they've been living in there ever since and mating and doing their shit. And it's kind of cool to have peacocks.
Peacocks are awesome. Better watch out when they spread their ass.
Oh yes, they're the only thing that it bothers me is they wake up at 3:30 in the morning and they're loud.
I bet. They're damn birds, you know?
I get lots of birds, but they're really loud and they scream because, mating season, and it's pleasant. It's worse than crows and seagulls.
Yeah, it's got to be loud.
It's not the prettiest sound, but they're pretty birds, so I'll put up with it.
No, absolutely. I love birds. I love animals in general.
Whales go by.
Are you gonna go to bed now? Cause it's 4:17 a.m. here. I gotta go to bed.
You go to bed. I guess I'll say goodbye to anybody who happens to still be watching, which is probably like one person at this point because it's really late. It's not that bad here. It's only 1:17, but
we are the best. You'd be surprised. All right, Kim. You have a good night.
Have a great night. Good night, everybody. I guess Pat's sleeping, so I don't know if everybody's staying to watch Pat sleep or not. Good night, Pat.
Good night, Cammy.
And good night.